Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, Namdi, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Dr. Yakubu.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. We can see that we are also joining. You're all welcome to the workshop organized by the Nigerian Society of Physiotherapy, Kano State. And this is a workshop that is part of the leadership and management domain as stipulated by the Medical Rehabilitation Therapists Board. And the title of the workshop is Managing a Private Physiotherapy Establishment, What You Need to Know. The essence of this workshop is we understood that a lot of us are into private practice, or we are conceiving the idea of starting up a private physiotherapy establishment. But there are some things that we need to know before we start it up. There are some things that we need to know about managing it. And there are some things that we need to know about other aspects of home care. So this is the reason why we invited one of the best hands in the private physiotherapy affairs. I join me in welcoming Dr. Inamdi Eze. Dr. Inamdi Eze is a physiotherapist by excellence. He is the founder and the CEO of Amazing Group of Clinics. It will interest you to know that Dr. Inamdi Eze has an array of clinics that has spread across several states of the country. Private physiotherapy establishment in Abuja, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Enugu, and I think in Ondo State. Inamdi Eze has traveled far and wide. He has been to so many workshops. He has been to so many conferences. He was recently in the World Physiotherapy Congress that took place in Tokyo. And he was also in the WCPT conference in Africa that took place in South Africa. So he has experience in private establishments, both home and abroad. So I would like us to pay attention to the lecture he's going to give us so that we'll be able to learn something about how it is to set up a private physiotherapy establishment. So, Dr. Enandi Eze, I believe we can start now. Thank you very much for joining us. Please
Okay,
proceed,
thank
sir.
you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yakubu. Thank you so much for the warm reception and introduction. At some point, I was, as you were mentioning some of the progress we've made in the past few years, then I thought to myself and I said, I think this was part of some of the dreams that we actualized. And sometimes you may feel like no matter how much hard work you've put in, you may not see so much result. But when people begin to tell you, these and these are what you've done, these and these and what you've done, you may begin to conceptualize a bit of, okay, wow, it's been some time, and by the grace of God, we've been able to achieve a few things. Thank you very much, NSP Kano, for inviting me for this workshop. And Kano is a is a place close to my heart. While I was doing my master's in Kano from 2016, I made a lot of good friends from Yakubu, Muksin, so many wonderful people in Kano. And I'm hoping by the grace of God that we'll one day come back to Kano to give back to the people of Kano. And we are starting one step at a time. Hopefully, by the end of this workshop, we should be able to pick out a few things that we can use either in upgrading the knowledge or even saying to ourselves, oh, this thing I've been thinking about, okay, this is exactly how it is. Or even trying to reframe or re-engineer the whole process, because the way it worked for me might have been as a result of my way of understanding and the way I implement. So the way it might work for you might also be a little bit different. And but the whole idea is how much knowledge do you have and how much action are you willing to take? Before this workshop, before today, the when we're circulating people's interest in wanting to join this workshop or not, and there is one question I hate that like really bothers me so much, and that is one thing. Number one, they come to you and the first thing they ask you is how many CPD points. Then I'm like, CPD point is the most important thing for you when you want to sit down and listen to a program that can change your life. It's something really, I want us to really start looking at our workshops even beyond that. And but the good thing is, these are just a few people who had come up to just want to, just prick me. I think maybe some of them intentionally are doing it because they know I don't like those kind of questions, or maybe most of them intentionally do not know. But whenever we are talking about workshops, I want us to understand that it is now that your education is actually starting. Your education never was during your university days. It is actually when you graduate, that's when your education starts, because that is when you are independently making judgments and decisions on how your life will be in the years to come. But while you were still in school, your parents were basically making lots of the decisions for you. Sometimes, how did we get into this program? Some of us, it was the influence of our parents, our friends, our relatives, and maybe people that we like. So we decided and people decided on our behalf. But now, your parents are not the ones that are going to make a decision for you to be successful, to train your own children. Nobody will make that decision for you. So it is now that any education or any knowledge that you decide to acquire that actually makes who you are. But if your only interest in knowledge is how to renew your license or how many CPD points it is, then you are actually just beating around the bush and will not make so much progress. So some of you who might be interested in my social media account, I'm on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, with De Nnamdi Eze. Once you go to Instagram, De Nnamdi Eze, you can decide to follow me. Facebook, Nnamdi Eze. A lot of us here already are my friends on social media, so it's always a good time to connect, and on WhatsApp too. And I want to tell you people something that happened 5 years ago, and it came up. It came up to me like as one thing that has really reshaped even the general idea and the concept behind why we decided to grow the way we have. Conventionally, people who do businesses in Nigeria may just, or typically a private physiotherapy clinic or hospital services might just want to, localize within a very an environment that they can control. And one of the reasons why we decided that we are going to move beyond what it is, and it's really been great so far. What's a friend of mine who wanted to travel to Sweden 5 years ago, even before this jackpotting became very serious. Everybody wants to travel now. So he had a private physiotherapy clinic, and it was in a location a little bit far from mine. It looked like to him it's going to be a good addition. And I thank him so much, because it was even him that started making me understand that there is an opportunity in owning more than one center, because I was typically reasoning and wanting to just do my thing, manage it in a very simple way, give all my best to all my patients, and make sure that I'm the best physiotherapist within my locality. But he said to me that he needs to travel abroad for a program, and he was going to Sweden, and he wanted me to buy his business or help me sell. But one thing I noticed with his business as at that time was the way he had built his business was a little bit different from the way I had in mind that I was going to build my business. And I noticed that he had built his whole business around himself, his personal treatment. He didn't have a particular list of patients that he sees, nor even emails. So he basically didn't have anything to sell apart from equipment, old equipment, because it was just a young startup too, that after a few years I may begin to change. Nothing really that I saw that could actually build the business I wanted. So for most of us, when you want to start a business, it's always very important that you start with the end in mind. What is your actual end goal of wanting to start a business? Are you starting a business because you are unemployed? Are you starting a business because everybody is starting a business? The reason why I'm going to be using business more than physiotherapy clinic is I want us to have the broader picture. I want you people to know that physiotherapy private practice clinic or enterprise or business is a business. Just like the way Dangote runs his refinery, his sugar, Tony Elumelu runs UBA. Universities run university programs. You need to start understanding them as a business. Even government of the day, in his own transactions, in the things they do, they run them as a business. That is why the first thing we do when we see when things are not working well, we always want to blame it on leadership. Because most of the time, the leadership of the enterprise usually should have a strategy on how they intend to manage it. But if they are just there for the sake of being there, they are eventually going to hit the rock, and there wouldn't be so much progress that will be made. So it's important that whenever we are doing anything, just like when I started, I talked about and I rebuked the instance and the preference of wanting to renew a license than acquiring knowledge. It all depends on your end. What do you have in mind? That is key. But for this guy, as the course of the presentation continues, we will get to understand what I mean by he built his business around his personal self and not with the end in mind. To him, he was starting and building his business just pending when he will travel abroad. It was really never about wanting to build a business that will stand the test of time. Now he was building a business without thinking about the future. It wasn't futuristic. He was building a business, not thinking about how some other people will get into the business. He was building a business, not thinking about how his next patient will be treated by another person. He's building a business, not thinking about expansion. So it was a crossroad for me, and the understanding I picked and the mistake he made was what ultimately helped shape the vision that we have currently today at Amazing Physiotherapy. Now, Amazing Physiotherapy, how did we come to be? It's very important. I love to say it because you need to know where you are coming from so that you will know where you are going to. Very important. I started Amazing Physiotherapy 1 year post internship. And the reason why I say 1 year post internship is because I don't want people to say I was a quack, because I actually started a form of amazing physiotherapy before internship. Now, so when I say 1 year post internship, it's because I don't want the authorities to come and hit my head. So each time I talk to students, I tell them that, look, your decision ultimately starts from your final year. You need to start thinking about what you are going to be after final year. And to me, it just seems like every disappointment had always been a blessing. Some people are trying to strangle NSP, MRTB, that they've not gotten internship in 1 year, and some people 2 years. It's a very sad situation. It's something I hopefully and I sincerely wish that it improves. But within those periods that I hadn't gotten my internship, those were the periods I actually started plotting what my future in physiotherapy will be. And that is, I turned all my frustration into the gains that I'm seeing today. If not because I had that lacuna or that delay in getting my internship, I probably might not be sitting down here to give this presentation or even have a business that everybody will be interested in wanting to understand the concept behind what we had built. So after my internship, it was just all about implementing everything that I was doing before internship. Yesterday, I met with the medical doctor that I was having a conversation about how I could partner with a general hospital in my town. Then I was in Abaji. He is even currently the director registering all the private businesses, private healthcare businesses in Abuja. And when he saw me, he was like, I can remember you. You came to me in Abaji. You were struggling, telling me about how you wanted us to partner. And well, the man was really good to me. So it was a thing of, we were celebrating a landmark achievement. Imagine if he had treated me badly. It would have been like a thing of shame to him, because this person that he was frustrating had really made a lot of mark. And I'm even in his office, sitting down. I stayed in his office for more than everybody that wanted to see him. He said, just wait down, wait outside. I want to sit down with this young man and talk. It's been a long time. He's a source of inspiration. His story, it's something that is really touching. And he even wants me to mentor his children. So this is a medical doctor who was the chief medical director of the general hospital that I was in, that was in my area. And when I met him first was when I wanted a partnership between his hospital and the little business I was building then. That's why when I say I actually started before my internship, most of you will understand what I mean. So that partnership had not worked. And I left for my internship. And when I came back to Abaji, I had become a different person and was never really interested in the partnership, even though he was interested in it later. Now, the initial challenges and the lesson learned, I will tell you exactly how it's been, and the strategic partnership and collaborations that we've really, that shaped us and got us to the level at which we are. And the essence of technology. Everybody talks about technology. We are all sitting down here and having communications like this over a video conference technology. In the past, we could only sit down in a place. So if Kano was hosting this program, I probably would have traveled to Kano. And maybe a few people who will travel across to Kano will have sat down to listen to me, and majority of other people in Kano. But now, all over the world, as long as you have paid for this conference, you could tune in. And you need to also understand how you need to take advantage of technology in managing your business. Everybody is talking about AI now and how AI is going to replace healthcare providers. Are you also thinking about how to leverage that opportunity so that instead of you to be replaced, you will ultimately survive and stand the test of time in your business? And adaptation to healthcare changing policies, which is the insurance. So these are some of the things you will also need to understand. Now, the anatomy of a private physiotherapy practice. In this presentation, we are going to be talking about the anatomy of my practice. I will give you a bull-eye view into what we've been able to put up, how we started, what we have been doing, and how the daily management of our practice looks like. Well, to show you what is possible for yours. And you may have an idea of something different, like we talked about wanting to dwell a little bit about home health, which is something that is worth over $27 billion market. A lot of us take it for granted. It has a name, a very funny name in Nigeria physiotherapy space, PP. We all want to call home health PP. Home health is a bigger industry than the brick and mortar clinics that you see everywhere. So when next you hear home service, it's a business you need to take very seriously. I think calling it PP is a little bit derogatory, but I understand what you mean. To me, it makes it look like it's just for the side. But I want to tell you that it is something that you can build a fortune from, which is something that I want you to really rethink your approach towards it. Because sometimes the way you refer to a certain thing might ultimately even shape your thoughts, and whatever your thoughts about that thing is will shape your decision, and your decision will ultimately also shape your action towards it, and your action will give you back your results. So you see the way it's supposed to be. What you think, more like you said, the Bible says, out of the abundance of your heart, the mouth speaketh, and ultimately your results will come from there. But understanding and knowing and seeing what other people have done can also help you create the practice of your dream. If someone has demystified an approach to solving a problem, then there is no point you reinventing the wheel. They say you sit on the shoulders of the people that have gone it so that you don't make the same mistakes that they have made. And that is why I want to give us an understanding, a little bit of an understanding of what it is. Building a business is not what you will just sit down and think it will happen, or what you just sit down and pay for a one-day program and eventually have an understanding of how everything works. Like in the software development space, some of you who are interested in software, you understand that there are modules. Modules are programs written by other programmers that you have to import to help you develop your own program. Now, without those modules that some of those other people have written, it will be difficult for you to meet up with the expected time. So you could still do the same thing, but it will take you a longer time. And maybe before you even finish learning that, the world has moved on. That is why it's important to have an understanding of how one's approach to things works. Then you add your own understanding, then boom, you have an ultimate strategy which we call your own winning formula. Now, my formula may be different from your formula, but the entire thing and the entire concept still remains the same. What are we talking about? What we are talking about is how do you bring your professional skill with your value and give it to your patient in exchange of a reward. The reward could be maybe they will give you a bag of rice. I can remember getting bags of rice at the initial time of my practice. Then bag of rice was cheap. I remember getting 2 bags of yam. And I even remember one of my clients wanting me to marry her daughter because she thought I was very ambitious and I was going to be successful. So these are some of the rewards you get. Well, eventually I didn't marry the daughter. I married someone else. So, but that's the story for another day. Now, your story matters. And why your story matters is have a human or origin story that explains why you got into the industry or started your business. One thing I also want you guys to know is this is not a workshop where or a seminar that you will just sit down and listen to. It's a workshop that is hands-on in a way. The reason why I say it's hands-on is whatever I'm going to be teaching or saying is something you will actually practicalize immediately and see results of just after leaving this presentation. So it's not, I want to keep the recording. No, it is as you're listening to it, because there are so many things that come into your mind. There are so many things that will reshape your thinking when you are listening to the presentation, and some of which could be some of the things you know. And what I want you also to benefit from this, our presentation, will be to get a nod. Is that, wow, okay, this is, oh, I thought about this thing like this. Oh, this thing they say like this. Okay, is this how it is? That is my ultimate goal for you for this presentation. And I want you to understand it better than it has always been. So ideally, this should include things like if there were any significant injuries or events that motivated you to get into physiotherapy profession. Some of us, why did we get into physiotherapy profession? Till today, some people don't know why they are in physiotherapy. It's very important for you to sit down and ask yourself. You know, we talked about the concept of your story matters. This is where we are talking about. First thing we talked about, start with the end in mind. Your mission, your vision. Secondly, now we are talking about why your story matters. Your story is what sells your product. It is not your skills. It is not your manual therapy skills that gets you to sell your product. Your story, your brand. Your story is what helps you build your brand. Now we are not just talking about someone giving you one patient, and when you finish seeing that patient, that is all. Where does the next patient come? It's a question you need to ask yourself. How do I turn this patient into somebody that will refer their husband, if it's a woman, refer her husband, refer her mother, her father, their children, and refer her friends and the entire organization? Some of you must have gotten to the level where your patient referred other people to you, while most of us have also seen patients who never referred anybody to us. If your patients refer other people, friends, to you, and you have not sat down to internalize why that happens, you may actually be missing out a gold mine. There is a reason why that happens. And that is also one of the things that we are going to be learning as we progress in the presentation. Now, back to the idea of why your story matters. A lot of us have stories. And whenever you walk into a room and you look at everybody sitting down in the room, and the presenter goes up maybe with a presentation, and he starts with, in the year so and so. He starts with a story or why he is standing in front of you. There is a tendency for you to listen, and there is a tendency for you to become a lot more emotionally attached to his presentation. rather than when someone comes and he's just giving you facts, figures, science. It becomes a little bit boring. And that is why the concept of story connects. Story gives you that emotional connection. Abroad, when you ask a physiotherapist, why did you join physiotherapy? Some of the things you hear from them will be, yes, while I was a young athlete, while I was in my high school, I play in sports. I had a life-changing injury, and that injury, I didn't know I was going to go back to playing sport again. I'm so happy and I'm grateful that I worked with a physiotherapist, and now I am back to sports. So I've decided to study physiotherapy so that I will be able to help other people's. I don't know if some of you have seen or heard some of all those interviews before. Now, ask yourself, why did you join physiotherapy? It's very important. Did you join physiotherapy because they said it's a healthcare course that when you finish, you will travel abroad? Well, it's also a good thing. A lot of us have traveled abroad and a lot of us are working in the NHS. But the problem is, because that is why you join physiotherapy, you will hardly make an impact apart from treating patients. And I was talking to a group of students at Thomas Adewumi University when they were doing their student week. And it was all about the concept of, are you looking beyond the clinics? How much impact do you want to make in life? Today, I'm sitting down to make a presentation. Is an impact, but I'm also treating people. Is also an impact. I'm also employing people. Is also an impact. Now I've made 3 impacts. Number 1, I'm trying to help you build your business. That is 1 impact. Number 2, I've employed people. I've put food on family's table. That's 2. Number 3, patients and people are getting better in my practice. Now, do you just want to treat people so that they get better? Just 1 impact. So do you want to just do 1 impact or more than 1 impact? So it is something you need to really internalize. And now all those impacts that you want to make comes from your story. Has physiotherapy helped you in a major way before? That is something you also need to understand. And what do you want to give back into physiotherapy? Those things help shape whether you are going to succeed in a business. Remember, I said it is business concept we are going to be talking about, but we are going to be relating it to physiotherapy and also be telling you how we have used every single part of this slide in our own practice. So while I was actively treating patients, because these days I don't actively treat patients, in the past 6 months, actually, to be honest, I've not treated patients in the past 6 months. And I don't like it. The reason why I don't like it is I'm losing touch with some of those wonderful things about physiotherapy. But what I've been able to do is I do lots of learning, lots of online studies about the concept in physiotherapy. And I'm also a final year student at the Physiotherapy Postgraduate College in Nigeria. So I have not left my academics. One of the things that I want to do is I also want to end up being a lecturer, because once you leave 1 impact, you want to get to another impact. And that is how I see people. And it all boils down to 1 story. Now, what is my own story? My own story about physiotherapy came in 2004 when my dad had a partial stroke. And then after that partial stroke, thank God we didn't lose him. He didn't die then, because I think he died 5 years later. His face developed what we generally know as the facial nerve palsy. So he had his TIA, he was still alive. And after a few days, he started seeing the deviation in his cheek. And eventually, he thought the world has come to an end for him and things like that. He was going for his rehab at Wuse General Hospital. Eventually, I got to know it was Wuse General Hospital after, because he mentioned a few people's name that were treating him as at that time. And I remember them, and with lots of things that, with me being in Abuja, I could just pick a few of those names. Now, my father's story and my father's help through physiotherapy actually reshaped my interest in wanting to give back to the society. Now, you can see some level of emotional connection that I have with physiotherapy. That is why there is nothing wrong with physiotherapy. I rather prefer giving back to physiotherapy because they saved my dad's face as at when he needed it. And I want to give back to physiotherapy as a profession. And that is why I've become so passionate about the industry and I want to love helping other clients. Now, have you asked yourself now, why are you in physiotherapy? And why are you going to build a business in physiotherapy? These are some of the burning questions you need to ask. Now, in our practice, some of the reasons why our story in Amazing Physiotherapy itself is how we want to help people like my dad recover naturally so that they avoid relying on pain medications, injections, or do a surgery. So you can see we have two stories now. One story, you can see I have one story and a vision. Now, a story and a vision, nobody can defeat you because you know where you are coming from. You didn't buy it anywhere. For some of you who are interested in geopolitics, some of the things that are happening around the world, there is a very strong country called Iran, and they are building nuclear energy. Everybody says they should disarm, they should drop it. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said something very key. He said that there is no way anybody can destroy their nuclear program. The reason why nobody can destroy their nuclear program is that they didn't buy the nuclear program, that they developed the nuclear program by their blood, sweat, and tears. Inside, so they have a story they need to tell. It's not a transaction. They didn't buy it elsewhere. So, but that's for some of you who are interested in geopolitics. So you understand that you need to have a story that you can arm whatever modality that you want to use to build your vision. And ultimately, that will shape your narrative and how you will succeed. A client was with me while I was treating her a few years back. And they will always ask you, some of you, I don't know when you are treating clients, I don't know if a client has always asked you, where did you study? Maybe you come up as this very impressionable, enthusiastic, knowledgeable young physiotherapist who is just dropping bars, telling patients, so many things about what the patient didn't know, and the patient is gradually, trusting you and getting more comfortable with you, treating them. Some of you, the patient might end up asking this question. Some of you like the question, but I hate the question. The reason why I hate the question is they will ask you questions like, wow, where did you study? And I studied in Nigeria, UNN. Wow, oh, I thought you studied abroad. So in Nigeria, we can't get good people. That's why I hate the question. But then, the question kind of feels good. Oh, wow. Because the patient is happy, nodding their head. You are winning their trust because of the way you behave, the way you talk, the way you treat. They are already seeing a difference. I don't know if patients have asked you those kind of, where did you study? Where did you study? Your answer is your story. It depends on how you frame that story. And some patients who actually want to probe further will ask you, wow, why did you get into physiotherapy? They might ask you that kind of question. Now, will you say my story is I actually wanted medicine, and when I didn't get medicine, I got into physiotherapy? You won't succeed much in physiotherapy if that is your story. Sorry to say, but that is the truth. You need to have a story, a compelling story that drives you. That's the simple essence of my whole your story matters. Let's move on to the next slide. So our patients in Amazing Physiotherapy, one thing that we have learned and one thing we built our business from is we wanted to build a business that has a very low overhead. And that is, we want to maintain a small clinic and we don't want to invest so much on heavy equipment. The reason is we cannot play the equipment game. you wouldn't win the equipment game. That is the truth. So you tell yourself the truth, you cannot win the equipment game. But you can win one game, value game. There is a big difference between having all the equipment and providing value to your patient. They are very different. The reason is not every patient that walks into your clinic will need those equipment. And every patient that walks into your clinic needs value. Now we decided to build our practice so that when people walk in, the ambience gives them the impression of, I am going to get solution to my problem here. And I will tell you in a bit what designing a good ambience that will attract, keep, and retain your patients and get them referring their friends and family to you. So we focus on hands-on therapy and purely exercise-based treatment approach that are evidence-based. I'll tell you something very funny. One of our staff, well, in the UK now, I love him so much because he's an advocate of people developing themselves and doing well within their chosen area of expertise or specialty in physiotherapy. We have this presentation that we were doing at our clinic. We do them every Friday, even till now. And it's all about reviewing researches and evidence-based approach to how we can manage our patients. And he had a patient that he later was seeing, but he had made a presentation on adhesive capsulitis. After making that presentation, he gave us all the approaches, the scientific basis. In fact, after making that presentation, well eloquently delivered, we left that room in the clinic looking for any available patient with adhesive capsulitis because we wanted to start implementing what he had presented to us. Now, he got a patient. He was the first to get a patient with adhesive capsulitis. And one day he came to me and said, Dr. Namdi, this patient is asking us for TENSO, for IRRO, that is what the patient prefers. And I said, you made a presentation just last week about adhesive capsulitis. Evidence-based. You said that there is no even way that a patient will recover without all this approach. Now you have a patient with this condition, but you are treating this patient with something that you never presented. How do you think this patient is going to get better? So that is why I said evidence-based approach will determine the kind of modality and the approach to your management of patients. Everybody tends to want to believe that you must have all the basic physiotherapy things, whether you need them or not, to start a physiotherapy clinic. But I say no. Some of you have friends that have traveled to the UK. Call them and ask them, what do they actually even use for treatment in the UK? You will have a better understanding of how your reasoning and your approach to solving your patient's problem would be. 60 conditions will walk into your clinic. When we are interns, everybody must collect infrared. Everybody must collect TENS. Everybody must collect ultrasound. Well, not the ultrasound, not everybody, because some of the things that ultrasound does may not, but everybody collects infrared. If you now have a shortwave, wow, master heater. There was something that happened to me that even made me stop liking thermal modalities. I put a patient on microwave during my internship. This patient had diabetes, limited sensation of feeling. I placed MWD at this patient's lower back, left the patient, went and started gisting. And you know, one of the reasons why we love those modalities is because they are time-based. So we can just set like 20 minutes or 30 minutes and go and do something else. We were gisting. One of our senior coordinators was like, Nnamdi, your patient is smelling, oh. I can perceive meat here and there. I say, hey! I remember that I put patient on microwave. I had forgotten. This patient had diabetes, limited sensation. And when we removed the machine, everything was fine until after 3 days when the patient came back with burns in their back. That was the first time I started developing resistance to wanting to use thermal modalities. And with that experience, you see where stories shape things. With that experience, I swore that I was never going to put any patient go through this, because I don't know if that man is still alive till today. Well, he was an older man then. Well, maybe nature will have taken its course. But imagine if that man had developed extra complications from my carelessness and wanting to always use thermal modalities without even reasoning or even being around. But you know, what I also learned was, it's not because I was not around to monitor the machine, because it was timed. So even if I was sitting there, I would still even wait until 30 minutes. But at the end of the day, what I learned was not always pushing to use thermal modality actually saved my practice. And it does till today, because now a lot of people are forced to reason and think out the best approaches when it came to managing and treating patients. So you need to have we have clinics where we believe that anybody who walks into our clinic has gone somewhere else, and we ultimately owe it to that patient to deliver something really different. 3 days ago, a patient that came to us 5 years ago called me and told me that, Dr. Nnamdi, this my neck pain is still there. I was even surprised. I thought the patient wanted to talk to me about something else. The patient came to us 5 years ago, and the patient sat down, and after our consultation, the patient left. She just came in for an advice. What should I do? I have this pain and things like that. So we said, okay, oh, this is it. We planned her treatment. We told her that this is what we are going to do for you. And she said we were expensive. We said, okay, that is fine. The patient left 5 years ago. Now the patient called me that neck pain that she came into our clinic with 5 years ago is still there. I said, what happened? That since I didn't hear from you, I thought you had gotten better. She said, for where? That in fact, all my money has finished in this neck pain. Physiotherapy doesn't work. All the doctors have just been eating my money. My husband now, he's always complaining that I no longer give him time and attention because I'm always in pain and agonizing. And I just listened to the woman and I said, okay, I'm so sorry that this has been happening to you, madam, but let's think about what we can do for you. But I said, before we think about what else we can do for you, I want to ask you one question. What have you done in those past years? She said she has been to 6 different physiotherapy clinics, 3 different neurosurgeons, done 4 MRIs. This is someone that told me that she doesn't have money, that we're expensive, is able to do 4 MRIs. That is it. That's the reality we find ourselves as physios in Nigeria. I said, 4 MRI. She said, is it not anytime I go to any doctor, they say I should do an MRI? Okay, I say, okay, that's fine. And I said, what have you been doing? She said, okay, when she goes to this clinic, some people will use eyes on her back. Some people will use infrared on her back. Some people will use TENS on her back. That now all those things that they use for her, that she has bought all of them and no progress. I said, so you walked into clinic 1, they use TENS, infrared, and ultrasound for you. You walked into clinic and you finished, maybe they said you are going to do 12 visits, and you finished 12 visits. Infrared, TENS, ultrasound. Clinic 1, infrared, TENS, ultrasound. Clinic 2, the same thing. Clinic 3, the same thing. I said, madam, you actually did not go to 6 different physiotherapy clinics. You actually went to 1 physiotherapy clinic 6 times, because all what you are saying is like you're just doing the same thing all the time. Is it that when you walk in and do this same thing, you don't tell those clinics that I've done this thing before? She even got to an extent, she said that even 1 clinic, her own infrared and her TENS is what she brings for them to use for her treatment. I say, God will help you. Now, this is why your pain still remains. Now, when you are planning your practice, these are the kind of patients that will walk into your clinic. It's important that you have a standardized approach to solving individualized problems. Not because everybody says these are the modalities of choice, then you don't see the uniqueness and the individual differences that your patient presents. Then you just have to just mumble and jumble everything together, thinking that all patients will get results. Remember, your patients are looking for a new path. They want something different. So if you must succeed in private practice or in business, you have to be able to offer something more than your competitor. And that is how you need to look at it. Who are my competitors in private practice? My competitors in private practice are not my fellow physiotherapists. No. My competitors are actually neurosurgeons that will prefer to do a surgery. My competitors are pharmaceutical companies that want you to remain on perpetual pills because they want you to take painkillers so that their industry will continue. My competitors are babalawo people. My competitors are pastors and other religious people who, these days, pastors now pray for people to get better from back pain. It's unfortunate. Religious people now pray. But, well, some people say they get results from there. But those are the people that I see as my competitors. That is it. So they want something different. So when it comes to selling, I want you to understand that you have to make sure you know the kind of patients you are spending time with. In every practice, there are 5 different kinds of people or every business that will work in. Now check when a new store opened in your location. Maybe they sell something really cool. Let's say you now see that first day, there are a lot of people that will go into that shop. Let's say they have good aesthetics. A lot of people will walk into that shop. They won't buy anything. Those people fall into one of these categories. And those categories are the categories of people that you will also see in your practice. Not everybody that will walk into your clinic wants your treatment or your service. So in building your business, you also need to structure out strategies to be able to manage all these kind of people. Now, the first group of people that will enter into a clinic will be the lowest hanging fruits. I love to refer to these people as some of those people who are quite knowledgeable about physiotherapy. Those are the people that will not give you stress. They will walk into your clinic, whatever price you say it is you are paying, you are asking, they will pay and get their treatment. Now, these people, they will eventually not refer anybody to you, but they are so much interested in only themselves. They will just walk in, they will pay, they will go. When you tell them to refer somebody, they say, okay, when I get somebody, I will refer them to you. They will leave. Those are the kind of people that everybody wants to get in their practice. And when you see those kind of people, you are happy. Oh, my business, my practice is going well. Business is good. Maybe they come, you are happy. Next month, you don't see anybody. You don't see any patients. You just say, business is bad. And maybe when one of them shows up again, you now have another patient. Now, those are the kind of patients a lot of us have every day. Now, to surprise you, those patients are just less than 2% of all the patients that walk into your practice. They are less than 2%. Those low-hanging fruits. Remember, physiotherapy is not the coolest thing somebody will want to walk into. The other time I was having a meeting with my team and I told them, I asked one of the branches, how much do they charge for a plan of care for someone with a back pain? One of the clinics that we own in Lagos said that they charge 1.2 million for a plan of care. A plan of care might just be maybe a month or 12 visits of treatment. They said they charge 1.2 million. I said, okay, that's fine. And I said, how many patients do you think will just walk into your clinic and give you 1.2 million? They said, none. And I said, good. It's good you know that nobody will walk into your clinic and give you 1.2 million. But you have to understand that you have the ability to turn somebody who will walk into your clinic without having the intention to give you 1.2 million, but eventually we give you 1.2 million. And that is the second group of patients we call the tire kicker patients. Now, these are the patients who they need a lot of convincing to make their decision. They need a lot of convincing to make their decision. They necessarily do not even have that money. They necessarily do not have a lot of money to spend. They need time. And that time and education they need has to come from you. It has to come from your branding. It has to come from the kind of information you provide them. And those kind of information is not just, I am a physiotherapist, come and I'll treat you. No, that is not the kind of information that we convert a patient from not having 1.2 million to getting 1.2 million to come and get treated in your clinic. I am a physiotherapist does not do that. I trained abroad does not do that. Business knowledge, business branding, communication and strategy does that. You are not going to lie to your patient. You are not going to deceive your patient, but that patient needs to be that person that you will give them enough information that whenever it is right for them to take the decision on who should solve their problem, they will ultimately be looking for you to solve their problem. Those are the tire ticker patients that every practice hopes they get. And I want to surprise you. These tire ticker patients are majority of the people that walk into your clinic. And those are the kind of people you will say, this person is not serious. A lot of them are serious. It is actually the businesses that have not identified them, that these are the people that need a lot of nurturing. Whoever is going to give you 1.2 million, apart from the people that have so much money, which I'm also going to get into shortly, there will actually be people who need a lot of nurturing. So now in your practice, you need to have a structure to nurture people. And now, how do you nurture people? In your social media posts. Whenever you want to make a post, do you say things that appeals to those group of people? When you have a blog, you write an article. Do you write things that connect with their emotional and pain concern? Whenever you are talking to them, do you say things that connect to the reason actually they are coming into the clinic, or your only reason why you exist as a private practice is because you studied physiotherapy? No, you will get those kind of patients. But you will get patients that are ready to pay you 2.5 per session. You won't even struggle with that. In fact, you will get patients who are ready to pay you 2.5 per session, and the patient, when you quickly agree to 2.5, the patient will be like, oh my God, I will have even priced 1.5. Maybe this person will agree. You will get those kind of patients. And that is why NHIS still believes that they can do without physiotherapy, and they are not willing to pay as much as we want for physiotherapy. I'll tell you something really very funny. We have this insurance company that wanted us to join and treat their enrollees. And the insurance company asked us to send our price. I think then we sent 25K. I think it should be like 4 years ago. We sent 25K, not 4 years ago, sorry, 2 years ago. We sent 25K for them. They shouted, insurance doesn't pay that much. Oh. Don't think it is the same amount that your cash private patient will pay. I said, well, we responded to them. We had a lengthy conversation, and I told them, look, you need to see me as a partner. Don't see me as an expense. You need to see me as a worthy investment to help your insurance company make more money. He said, how? I said, okay, now let me internalize it. Let me explain this thing for you to internalize really well. I said, a particular patient pays you, or a particular organization might pay you premium of a so and so amount. Usually they pay a lot of money, sometimes 20 million, 30 million, to cover for medical conditions. And some insurance companies will tell you they don't want to cover some and they want to cover some. But most of them cover back pain. And I say, this executive, let's say you get a contract with this organization that have executive that pays for premium. So now premium means every case, every condition that they have, they must be treated. You won't say this and this is not covered. Now this patient comes in with low back pain. You have two professionals that are capable of treating this patient. Number one professional is an orthopedic physiotherapist that specializes in spine condition. The second professional is an orthopedic surgeon or a neurosurgeon who wants to do a surgery. The cost of surgery is 10 million. The cost of physiotherapy is 50,000 per session. And the physiotherapist tells you that within 1 month of 12 visits, this patient will get the same results that 10 million naira of surgery will give them. And you are sure that this result the physiotherapist is going to give you is going to be equal to what these surgeons will give you surgically. Mr. Insurance Company, who will you go for? This organization paid you 12 million naira for premium. Only one surgery is taking 10 million. And I'm asking you to pay me 500,000 and you keep 11.5 million. Who will you use? Who should be your provider of choice? And I said, okay, oh yeah. You don't catch me. That was how we landed an agreement. And I will tell you for fact, that insurance company pays us more than they pay every other physiotherapy clinic in Nigeria. I won't mention the name of the insurance company, but that insurance company has all the physiotherapy clinics in their books. The reason why they pay us more is not because we are amazing physiotherapy, but because I explained to them why they should pay us this money or go away. But the difference between me and other physiotherapy clinic is, don't worry, come at all, na him bad pass. You won't be able to grow your business when you don't know what you are offering your patients. You need to understand that. So that is a very serious conversation you need to have. These conversations don't come because you're a physiotherapist. This conversation comes to you when you know that you have a value that you add. It's not a value you come and start saying on WhatsApp or Facebook. It's a value that comes when you connect two dots together and the patient sees it or the payer sees it as an advantage to them. It is either the patient that is paying from their pocket or the insurance company is paying from their pocket. But you need to bring out a pitch or a narrative that will convince whoever is going to pay for this service to appreciate your good work. So that is it. So we now have the blue chip patients. Now the blue chip patients are those patients from big organizations that I just talked about that have a high premium and they need to be paid for. These patients are not everywhere. They are not all the time. But these patients are usually controlled by some of all these big insurance companies. And your ability to have that conversation with those big insurance companies matters a lot. They actually matter a lot for you to be able to handle this kind of patients. So now, these patients, this group of blue chip patients are not the patient that you will sit down and have a conversation with. They are the patient that you will actually have a conversation with their payers, with their providers, for them to be able to pay you the money you are asking for. So it needs a little bit of work, it needs a little bit of experience, and it needs a little bit of conviction from you that what I'm doing is what's more than what someone else you are willing to pay more is doing. I just hope many physiotherapists will understand that what they do is more than what surgeons do. And they pay surgeons higher than you. The only person that will push that narrative is not NSP, it's not MRTB, it is you. And that is why I want to encourage a lot of people to be serious with doing business, because that is the only way you can even get that fulfillment you are looking for. And that is the only way you can actually pass and communicate that message that has been biting you since. And that is the only way you can succeed and create impact in the society. Now, the great whale patient, these are the kind of patients that we all want. Well, but a lot of us won't get them. The billionaires, the celebrities. A lot of us may not get them, but once in a while, we get those kind of patients. They are not necessarily the lowest hanging fruits. They are different. Lowest hanging, the billionaires just have money to spend. Yes, those are the kind of people you can charge your premium, but you don't get them all the time. Well, but you get them. There are a lot in Kano. There are a lot. Those kind of patients are a lot in Kano. In fact, Kano, I have a very personal connection with Kano. A lot of interesting things that have happened in Kano, apart from my academic pursuits. There is this billionaire in Kano that came to Abuja one time for his treatment. And the billionaire was being treated for a certain condition. They contacted Amazing Physiotherapy to handle their treatment. So in the course of the treatment, at the point, the billionaire was making progress. There was making progress. Now they had gotten so well, and he wanted to go back to his house in Kano. And the billionaire was, how do we continue our treatment? I said, okay, no, that's fine. That's easy. We can easily arrange something like that. One of the billionaire's son was already talking about how I will come and treat their dad in Kano. I said, no, that can't happen. I know Kano people very well. There are lots of good people there. Some of the children had started making research. So they started mentioning some of the big names in physio in Kano. I said, yes, well, these people, they are going to, but they don't say, since it's you that have started the treatment, so that you will continue. I say, don't worry. I will just share with them this condition, what we've been doing, and they will continue. Daddy has made progress. There is no cause for alarm. Just go to Kano and we'll recommend somebody that will come and treat you. Now I recommended somebody that will come to treat them. But remember, because they were in Abuja, they had paid a certain amount. They paid, I think then it was a long time. So I think they paid me about 700K then for 12 visits per month. Remember, they are billionaires. They come once in a while. So you make your money as soon as you can. That's 2022, around NSAS time. Yes, about 700K. And for 12 visits. So when they went back to Kano, they immediately thought that in Kano, it was going to be cheap. And it was going to be cheaper. Whoever that is, Kano is a small place. Kano is not like Abuja. Not many people will pay that kind of amount. And maybe their kids or people or other of their friends that have done physio in Kano. I think in 2022, AKTH might still be charging maybe 1,500 per session or less for physio. And they're like, 700,000. Yes, we can pay that in Abuja, but we can't pay that in Kano. So they wanted to use that to bargain and get a reduced cost in Kano. But I told the guy in Kano, look, stand your ground. The same amount they paid me in Abuja should be the same amount you will collect, and don't collect anything less. And that really shaped the people that treated them in Kano's mentality. And I know it went well, because at the end of the day, even if they got a discount, it was not as much as it would have if there was no conversation going on. Now, I quickly transferred a goodwill from this great well patient to another great well patient in Kano. So don't think that because you are in a particular place in Nigeria should mean that your rates should be mega. Remember, we all go to the same markets. Remember that we all buy from the same vendors. We all eat the same food. We all buy fuel. Fuel has the same price. I don't know if there is anywhere that sells price 500 naira per liter in Nigeria. So if you're a physiotherapist and you see these great well patients, these are the patients that can actually change your life. Use the opportunity while it lasts. Now, the last type of patient that you will see are time wasters. Somebody made a funny joke one time and said the first time ShopRite opened in Ibadan, that ShopRite was full to the brim, but ShopRite only made 5,000 naira sales.
because a lot of time wasters and people who wanted to take pictures went into the clinic. Some of us might also have done these kind of things in the past. Now, remember when you go to an eatery to snap pictures? Remember, it happens. I go to some eateries sometimes and I see ladies just come, they snap picture and they just, before you know, they have gone. And the next thing you see on their status is being updated. Some guys also do it. So your patient will also fall into one of these category one time. Now they are not going to be coming to snap picture or just check the ambience of your place. They are just definitely just going to be wasting your time. And you need to identify these people and see what you can do. So your clinic environment matters. So when it comes to your treatment room, keep it simple is my best advice. Ask yourself, do I really need this or that to provide the best treatment possible for my patients? Do I need a duplex or do I need just one room? Do I need to buy all the equipment or do I need just the bare minimum to guarantee a good result? What we've been talking about. Overall, just make sure to provide your patient with a comfortable therapeutic environment. Well, in our clinic, we have soft music that plays. We put speakers everywhere that plays very soft music that accepts people. Then you can give water, tea, or coffee. I have a patient that because of the coffee we give, made her to always keep coming back. You don't know what makes your patient tick. You need to really research your patient and try a lot of things. So startup cost. Yes, Nigeria has gone too expensive now. We know things are expensive, things are difficult. But I will still tell you that if I am to start Amazing Physiotherapy the way I started in 2018, I will still start it the same way today. The difference wouldn't be much. The cost of starting it has not changed for me. And I will now tell you the startup cost. Yes, I usually tell people this to motivate them. And one of the things that easily consolidated my interest in wanting to survive at all costs while building my business was because of the emotional, financial, and let me say strategic investments I have done in building the business. I remember selling my Toyota Corolla, very fine car that I was using to do boyoyo. I saved money from my internship and bought a car. I had to sell that car just 6 months because I wanted to start a practice. So when I said it was 1 year post internship, so while I was preparing to go for my youth service after my 1 year, I was making those plans. I had this car that I was using to, enjoy town. Cruising in Abuja was really good if you have a car. Some of you that have been to Abuja, the roads are good. Abuja has best roads. Wike has even made it better these days. I had to sell my car. Selling my car meant that I had to do everything possible to make sure that the business survived. So if selling my car was the only strategic investment or the highest expense, the highest thing I had to get from the business, if I had a car even now, that is the same thing I will still do. I will still sell the car to start the business. But was it the money from the car that I actually needed to start the business? Now I will tell you something that has happened, that was happening to me then, which is something I want a lot of you to do. As at that time, immediately when after my internship was just concluded in National Hospital, I had this partnership that was going on with the hospital. So what I did was, it's very easy for you to see lots of hospitals around that do not have physiotherapy clinics. Now I saw this hospital that I felt needed to have a physiotherapy clinic, standalone, a physiotherapy clinic in there as a department, but they didn't have. They had existed for over 34 years. Well, it's not NSP or MRTB that will have to force them to have a physiotherapy clinic, mind you, so that you will know that. I went to them and I talked to the CMD. I said that I am a physiotherapist, that I wanted to see if they needed the services of a physiotherapist. I started it, but after a while, I knew that that question was a wrong question I asked. So she told me how they have a lot of physiotherapists that come, that when they have patients, they will always call these physiotherapists to come on board, and the physiotherapists will come and treat this patient. That, well, they've not had stroke patients in a very long time, so they've not really had a need for a physiotherapist. That was what an MD of a hospital that has been for 33 years was telling a physiotherapist. So you see, your problem is not only that patients don't know you. Your problem is that the people you feel that should know you don't even know you. Your doctors don't even know you. The doctor felt it was only the stroke patients that they had that we needed. So I left because I was defeated. I had to sit back to think out another way to go and meet this woman, because the hospital was very big. I said, no, it's not possible. This can't happen. So I went back to the woman and I told the woman, look, I have a lot of patients on ground. I didn't have any patients. I thought I have a lot of patients that I will want to bring to your hospital so that I can be treating them. They will be registering and be making payment to you. That what I need is, I don't want to be going to their houses because there are many. The woman said, how many? I said, like 10. She said, 10, okay. The woman just thought about, okay, that means they will come, they will register, they will pay, then we'll just pay you a percentage. I said, yes. She said, okay, no problem. That woman that said they don't need a physiotherapist was now showing me different places and asking me to choose which office I wanted to stay. So you see, the way you explain, or the way you put out your argument actually will decide whether the kind of response you will get. So you don't expect to keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. Remember, at first, I went and I told them I am a physiotherapist, that if patient, let them call me. She gave me the answer that I needed, which was, we already have physiotherapists who are coming, who come when we call them. Then I went back. The same woman, the same hospital, different answer, different results. Now I had this hospital, I collaborated with them. Well, eventually, it didn't end well because they sacked me after 1 year. The reason why they sacked me was I started doing a lot of marketing. I had lots of patients. I was now the highest earning medical provider in the hospital. The physiotherapist earns more than all the doctors, even earns, because the HR was telling me that, well, man, bro, your business has grown. Oh, you have a lot of money. So, when people in the hospital start telling you you have money, there is a problem. Because now when you have money, remember, someone else wants that money that you have. The hospital called me one day and said that they don't want the partnership again. I said, you don't want the partnership? What happened? Did any patient complain? They said, don't worry about that we don't want physiotherapy again. I said, how? I said, but I have booked patients tomorrow, because they gave me a quick notice for 1 month. I said, but I'll continue to treat patients up till the last day, and I will book patients for the next day. They said, don't worry, we will tell them we don't offer physiotherapy again. So it doesn't make sense. And one of them came up and said to me, well, if from now till then you can go somewhere else, maybe rent a space and open a clinic, we can send you all the patients. I said, oh, wow, that makes sense. That was a brilliant idea. So I quickly sold my car, rented 1 room, demarcated it into a room and parlor, waiting for them to send me patients. Those people have gone behind me to employ another physiotherapist, and they were paying the physiotherapist's salary while I was sitting down, putting my clinic in order, expecting that they were going to send me those patients. Till today, they never sent me any patients. So startup cost is very important, and you really need to know. Now, if there is something you will pick, there are 2 ways I started. The first one was I started with a partnership with a hospital. I didn't just tell them to call me when they have patients. I went and I got a space inside their hospital. Secondly, even though they deceived me and sacked me and gave me hopes, but when I went out to my space, I said, these people have deceived me. They didn't send me any patients. Now I'm left to my own fate. I made a promise to myself and I said, I'm going to build my business only marketing to patients and people who need my service, because the average doctor doesn't even know a patient they need to send for physiotherapy. And that is what brought about how we started Amazing Physiotherapy. So in 2017, my mentor, Professor Rufai, he launched our office. If you can look at this screen, you will see how blurry the pictures are. I had just this one patient then. They all came, they were very happy. And this is Professor Rufai and a few of other friends. We're about 5 people that opened this one room. Now, in this one room, you can see how small the reception is. So this is one of my staff, the people that we started with, and this is me looking very innocent. But in my head, I was frustrated because I didn't know how to survive. You can see my reception. These chairs in my reception are the chairs in my house. So I took out these chairs from my house, from my self-con. I took out the chairs that I had in my house and I brought into the clinic. This fan was, in fact, the clinic, everything in the clinic was what I had in the house. You can see this clinic doesn't have a TV. So this is me. There is just a one room, but we demarcated it into this small reception and a treatment room. And you can now have maybe the toilet. We didn't even have toilets. Yes, we didn't have toilets because we had to, my patients will leave this place and go to the next building and use their toilet. So we're sharing the toilet. It was very frustrating, but it was something worthy of starting. So far back in 2017, this was us. This is our tiny office. We didn't have anything. All the chairs were my own chairs that I had in my house. You can see the fan. The fan was the fan I was using in my house. I had to bring it to the clinic because I said, oh, I'm going to be spending my whole day here. So what the only thing I'll be doing at home is to go and sleep. Now, even this person here was a volunteer. He wasn't like a paid staff. He just said, okay, let him be coming, that he's on holiday. He will just come anytime he's around. He came around and we snapped this picture. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is August 2025. From that simple clinic, we have 12 locations in 5 states in Nigeria. We are offering both inpatient and outpatient services across 12 service centers in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Enugu, and Ogun states. So this is the exterior of one of our buildings. Now, remember, those are our clinic. We didn't have TV, but now we have TV. Remember our reception, how small it is. Now you can see how big our receptions have become. Now our staff, you can see we now have many people. Lots of foreign nationals who their parents are in Nigeria come and do maybe CUS. We have lots of young physiotherapists. We have students who come to do CUS. Yeah, we've not been accredited to offer internship now, but our clinic is open for students who want to come and learn with CUS, both Nigerians and foreign people. Like this lady is an Indian. She's here in our clinic, one of our clinics in Lagos for CUS. We also have another physiotherapist who is a student who is also there for CUS. Now you can see the transformation from 2017 to 2025, all with nothing, but just that determination, that perseverance to make a difference and to make impact in the society. So just like I said, we've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about you need to have a story. If you don't have a story, you will never connect the dots. You need to have your why. That is a good way Simon Sinek put it. What is your why? A lot of us, our why is to get CPD. That is it. It's good. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your why. You will still gain CPD and maybe we will waste your time because what you need to get a CPD is just to pay and not even attend. But some of you are here and are going to be listening to see how this can transform your thoughts and shape your future. I wish you well. I'm always ready to connect with you. But this is how we started, and this is where we are right now. So the private practice clinic mindset. So one of the most important things you need to be successful in private practice is a growth mindset. What is a growth mindset? The growth mindset is that belief that every ability and skill is learned through constant perseverance, constant dedication, and that ability to constantly seek additional knowledge beyond the one that you already have or know. And your willingness to unlearn what you feel is not right. Those are the things that actually shape your growth mindset. We have a fixed mindset and we have a growth mindset. A typical example of a fixed mindset is, I can't do this. But a growth mindset is, I will try. With time, I will try. I will try. So now someone said, I'm not doing it. Another person said, I will try. When you try, a lot happens. You know, the world is very pregnant. You don't know what you're going to give birth to. You don't know if some of our mothers, some of the women here might be carrying the future governor of Kano State or the future governor of another state or the president, but you don't know. You don't know. Imagine if you decided that you're not going to get pregnant. As a woman, you say, I'm not going to get pregnant. I won't get pregnant. Now, maybe your opportunity of giving us the president that will change this country might not be a reality. So that is growth mindset. So businesses are not usually taught in school. You get these things from streets and seminars. So if you are listening to me and you are sure that you are here not for CPD, then you probably have a growth mindset. But if you are here for CPD, you have a fixed mindset. Sorry to say, but that is the reality. Now, the what mindset. How much are you worth? Think about all the investments that was needed to get you to this point. Now, think about the last patient that told you, you changed my life. How about the patient you saved from surgery? Or even people you saved from dying on the operating table? How much do you want to earn each month to sustain yourself? And how much do you need to earn to make a good living? Now we are talking about how do we want to become better people? How do we want to be successful? How do we want to be rich? The young student at Thomas Odowumi asked me that, why did I get into private practice? Apart from so many other things that I talk about, I told them that I actually want to be able to travel. And Yakubu said, I was in South Africa, Cape Town. I was in Tokyo. Yes, traveling is my hobby. But you actually need to have something that will sustain you when you travel. Now, I'm not the only person who is able to travel to conferences. A lot of people travel through sponsorship from governments, from hospitals, from their universities. But I don't work in a university. I don't work in a hospital. I have to sponsor myself. And for me to sponsor myself to travel, that means I need to have a sustainable business that will be running when I travel. And in fact, for some of you who don't know, when I travel, it is actually a test to if my business can actually sustain without me being around. And I've proven it over and over and over again that my business actually can sustain while I'm not even around. Sometimes I have to even come back from trips abroad and we are opening a new branch. I may not be around for some time and we are doing something big in the clinic. So you have to, what are you worth? Remember when I told you that patients are all for you to give value? You don't know what it is that you are doing for these patients that they need so much and they are willing to pay you whatever it is. Some of you may hear that someone is charging so and so amount. Some people will become jealous and like, why? Well, you need to know what you are worth. It is not a question of I am what this because I'm a physiotherapist. No, it is actually what you are doing for your patients that will determine. Now, let me tell you, you are not the person that will determine what you are what. It is your patient that will determine what you are what. If a patient walks into your clinic, for example, and this patient was said to that they have been diagnosed of a severe low back pain and they were going to do a surgery, and they had gone to get a cost for the surgery. Let's say the lowest they can get these days is about 7-8 million, plus the hospital stay and the physiotherapy they will do afterwards, eventually. And they come into your clinic and they get that assurance that you're able to help them avert the risk of going under the knife. Because, in our community, in our environment, people just don't want to hear surgery. They just feel it's a death trap. And the worst, surgeons in Nigeria will always tell them is a 50-50 chance. And you tell them you will make them live a better life without the surgery. After doing that, and you are successful, you are worth the cost of that surgery in the eye of that patient. So when you get another patient, you tell that patient that instead of paying 8 million to surgery, give me 2.5. You will beat your chest and say, give me 2.5. And you will be surprised. A patient will pay you that amount. You will be surprised. It all depends on how you say it. But when you're like, how much do you charge? Well, well, we charge 15,000. The patient will be like, this person does not, let me price 5,000. And the patient will now price 5,000. And maybe you'll be hungry. The patient will be like, oh, 5,000. And you're okay, no problem. It's not all about the money, we can help. The patient will be like, oh, I will have even priced this guy 2.5. Maybe he will have agreed. He looks hungry. The patient will pay for 1 session, 2 sessions, 3 sessions. The patient will stop coming, Jare. And the patient will go to Amazing Physiotherapy and pay 100K per session. The difference is, the patient, you don't want anything in the patient's eye. It's not the 5,000 or the 15,000 that you ask the patient. The patient does not see any value because you don't want anything in the patient's eye. You are not confident. The patient does not believe. Maybe you are even a good physiotherapist, but because the patient does not see you want anything in their eye, you eventually lose the patronage of that patient. Now, comparison. You could use promotional materials of comparison between your product you sell and how they are superior to other things. We have a lot of evidence. Like I talked about, how many of us have read evidences that have said that physiotherapy is comparable to surgery for lots of medical conditions that patients still do surgery for? How many of those articles have you seen? A lot. But you have to take it as an advantage. You need to tell your patient this. Look, to be honest, this is how we price ourselves in Amazing Physiotherapy. Remember, I said I'm going to be telling you exactly how we operate in our clinic using the business tactics and strategies that you will be listening to that you all know. Comparison, that is basically how we charge patients. If you come in and we say, look, if you can afford 10 million naira for a surgery, you can give us 1.5. We are not asking for too much. We are not greedy. You still have 8.5 left to do other things. Please tell me, are we greedy? Instead of paying 10 million naira as a physiotherapist, instead of paying 10 million naira for surgery, and we ask you for 10.5 or for 1.5, and you keep 8.5, are we greedy? Type in the session. As a physiotherapist, are you greedy for asking for 1.5 million naira if you can deliver a service that a surgery of 10 million naira can? Are you greedy? Type in the chat. Let me know. Are you greedy? You are not greedy. You are not greedy. That is what we are worth. So the earlier you start using this, the better it is. And the better you're able to build a life. And the better you're able to support other people. That is how it works. So the value mindset, which is what we've been talking about, and the entire reason why we've been on this presentation, you have to lead with value and provide value to your patients. You also need to value yourself. So what is value? Value is what you provide to your patient so that they know and understand you will help them get what they want. So remember when I said you tell a patient 15,000 because you are not confident, because they don't see what you are doing as different, and your patient might have gone somewhere else. So eventually, they don't perceive your service as being valuable to them. You give them value by asking the right questions and helping them get the transformation they deserve. Patients do not want more knee range of motion. Now, I will tell you one way of giving value to your patient. Let's say you as a mother, let's bring it back home as physiotherapists. You as a mother, your first daughter is getting married in about 2 months' time. Your back and your knee hurts. And they say when your daughter is getting married, the mother sees it as she's getting married again. It is just leave it for the mommy and the daughter. It is their marriage, because they are the people that will prepare the most. They are the people that will look the most attractive and the most beautiful. Now, when you remember that, when you went for your friend's party, her daughter or her son's marriage, the woman was dancing, was very happy. The woman could move around. She was so excited. Now your daughter is getting married in the next 3 months. You have back pain. You have knee pain. You now remember that mama, that Ajia Refkatu was walking all over the place. So is it that me, I will just sit down? How will I attend to my guests? All these people that I have invited, how will I attend to them? And you go to the hospital and the doctor says, okay, no problem. Let me just give you painkiller for you to get better. I'll give you painkiller. Now, what I want you to know is that that woman is desperately looking for somebody that will help her be able to dance and be her best self on her daughter's traditional marriage or whatever wedding it is she's doing. She's looking for who can promise that that traditional marriage is a done deal, that she's going to dance, she's going to do, forget about anything that will happen to my knee and my back, but she just wants that confidence from any healthcare provider that my knee and my back won't stop me from impressing my friends and my visitors. Now, if that woman comes to your clinic and you tell the woman, okay, don't worry, I have knee pain and back pain, you rush, you bring your infrared, IRR, you just do it, praise, I say, we give you 3, 4, 5 sessions or 6 sessions. What you will be doing for that woman may be working, but psychologically, the woman does not think you understand what she needs. Now, your treatment, which is good, the woman does not see it as valuable. Do you understand? That is how you create value for your patient. So the value includes your expertise, your skills, and the education you are giving your patient. Now, the education is not, don't bend down. If you do don't bend down, she will stop coming to your clinic. That's not the education you give the woman. Remember, we said asking the right question helps you set the value for your patient. Now, the first question that woman needs to answer when she gets into your clinic is, what does this stop you from doing? What do you want to achieve from this treatment? These are critical questions. You know, in school, we're taught clacking. A lot of us, we just ask these questions. We don't do anything with it. We don't know. Those clacking, you see that clacking, they ask, you get the place where you get to past medical history, family and social history, all those history that you ask those patients, those things are business questions. If you don't know now, they are business questions. Do you know why I tell you they are business questions? When you ask somebody past medical history or what the person has done before, let me give you an example. If a patient comes into your clinic and you ask that patient, what have you done before? And the patient tells you, well, when it happened, I went to a nearby pharmacy in our area and I got pain medication. Then my friends said there was this mama who knows how to massage the back. Now I went to the back to the woman. The woman massaged it. I felt better, but you know the woman wasn't doing it well. So I went when I was coming back from work. I saw this man who was advertising traditional medical supplements. So I bought it. So that supplement is like it's working small, but it's not working as fast as I want. Now compare this patient to a patient walks into your clinic. What have you done before? Oh, when it started, I met this doctor who referred me to a neurosurgeon, and I did an MRI. After doing an MRI, he made this recommendation of medications for me, which I got. And after getting the medications, well, it felt better, but I needed to travel as quickly as, because my daughter's graduation was happening in the UK, and I traveled for her graduation. Now he has told you he has a daughter that is in the UK. I've traveled for her graduation, and I saw the physio in the UK. He gave me a couple of exercises, you know, which I did. But I'm here in Nigeria because I needed to get more treatments. Now, between these two patients, who do you think will understand you better in terms of paying you, doing it? The difference is clear. But these are medical, to us, these are medical explanations. These are history. But to me, it's business insights already. I can make my judgment if this person can afford my service or not. It's simple. Now you know the value you are providing. So back to that mama who is preparing for her daughter's wedding. Now you tell mama, don't bend down, just sit down, rest. And mama is preparing for her daughter's traditional marriage that she knows that she's supposed to be moving around. She will come to your clinic 2 times and she will leave. She will feel frustrated. But what if you tell the mama that, look, this your knee that you are complaining about. And in the history, she told you, she just hinted you about how her daughter was going to do her traditional marriage in 3 months' time. Why not you focus your attention in telling mama, you know what, I know this your knee is bad, but we'll do everything we can to see that you are able to dance on that day. Ladies and gentlemen, even if that woman doesn't dance on that day, you have bought that woman for life because you have connected with her. Even if your treatment is not going to solve her problem to dance, but because you mentioned it, anything you are looking for, that woman will give you. She will invite you for the wedding, for the ceremony itself. But if you are not, she won't even invite you. But because you have said we are going to help you do, she will invite you. So some of you, when your patient don't invite you for some things in their family, it's maybe because of the things you didn't say that made sense to them. That's why they don't invite you for, but that's by the way anyway. So to show your value in your business, consider what you provide that is unique to this patient. Money or price is usually not the objection, but lack of clarity and understanding of what makes you different from other people is a problem. Now, in Kano, I don't know if it has changed, there is what we call gashi. Everybody who comes for physiotherapy goes for gashi. Now, tell me, is it that a gashi will cost more than another gashi? It's not possible. They don't see you doing anything different. So when you tell a patient that you charge 20,000 and the patient knows that it is gashi they are going for, then there is no difference. They don't think that there is difference. They think, I'm wasting my time. In fact, some of them now know how to do gashi. Some of them who live in the village who can't even buy the infrared, they do gashi, put hot water. They burn themselves, they don't care, but they are doing gashi. That is what it is. So you need to know that. So the primary care physiotherapy mindset, you need to understand that medical musculoskeletal care starts and ends with us. Remember when that patient needs to do pre-rehabilitation for a potential back problem, and they need to go in for a surgery, and they need to come back for the surgery and come and meet you for post-surgical rehabilitation, you need to understand that you're a primary care physiotherapist. Yes, you can see that MRCB and the government wants to introduce physiotherapy into primary care? Well, a lot of us have objected to the idea of using diploma as a gateway to the primary health care setting. But, the board and the ministry has explained that the WHO coverage needs us to be into this mix. And they have their reasons. A lot of us have objected. I have objected. I don't see how that works. But the decision is still up for our governing and regulatory council to decide if that is the best way for us. But in my view, I see myself, I don't need to have a diploma for me to be a primary care physiotherapist. I am a primary care physiotherapist already. I am that person that people come to see first. In the UK, this exists. You see, primary care physiotherapists, it exists. So when they are hot or they have problems with movement, they come and see me. So I see myself as a primary care physiotherapist. We are at the point of the entry into healthcare. We should be the ones referring patients to doctors and other healthcare providers. I don't see the reason why a medical doctor should be the one to refer a back pain patient to me. Well, in the course of this presentation, I will also show you how that patient will be the one to come to you first, because that is what the biggest challenge is. If you're working in the hospital, no matter how your direct access is, the hospital has its organogram and it has its structure on how patients get to either departments. The patient has to go through the medical officers, go through the doctors, go through maybe even a specialist first before coming to a physiotherapist. You see, before that, the patient is already exhausted and the patient does not even end up valuing you. So marketing directly to patients is part of claiming, owning, and taking responsibility for their care. The decision should be for the patient. Let us be at the forefront of providing them that information. So that is the next thing that we need to understand. If we are there for these patients to provide this information for them, then they will eventually see us first as the people who should be the provider of their choice. Otherwise, we will still continue in the proverbial hamster wheel. We'll keep moving and we are not getting anywhere. So the doctor's mindset, we are all doctors. If I ask, what did your doctor say? If I ask my patient, what did your doctor say? What it means is, I am actually telling the patient that I am not a doctor. I am lower than a doctor. Remember that time you have mistakenly said to a patient, okay, your doctor, what did your doctor say? Your doctor said I should come for physiotherapy. You have lost control. Patients are usually not ready to come into the clinics and pay us more, especially if they already have paid the doctor a certain amount. I can remember even recently, a patient was telling, it was something we discussed in our meeting, because if you have your clinic, your business, you need to have meetings. We have meetings 3 times every week just to keep the structure of the business. So you see, it's not only about the treatment. You need to keep doing meetings every day. Sometimes I keep wondering, are we actually sure we are ready to run business? Because it is hard. It is very, 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 very hard. I was having a chat with one of my friends recently, and we were talking about, what of all these people that will come online and tell you they will teach you how to make money? Is it that these people have a lot of money that what they now want is to teach people how to make money? They will come and paint it that they will teach you how to make money. And I told my friend, look, the best way to make money is to tell people that you will teach them how to make money, because it is the money that they pay you to teach them how to make money. That is the money those people actually have. Because it doesn't make sense. This thing is hard. Like, I won't necessarily want to sit down and start teaching somebody how to run a business, because it's very hard. Your result may be different from my results. The only thing is that I can only show you, I can only give you information, then you work on it. But when people say, I want to teach you, how many times has Dangote said he's teaching people how to become the richest people in Africa? Or have you ever heard Elon Musk say they are teaching people how to become rich? It's not possible. You can't teach somebody how to make money. You only provide information is there everywhere. It's for people who want it to take. So when someone says, I want to teach you how to be successful, no, it is that money that you are paying that person that is actually, check it well, that person is not successful. It is that money that he's collecting from you that is actually fueling his lifestyle. Check all these people that do Forex. They teach people how to do Forex. Check all of them, you understand. But that's by the way. The reason, the doctor's mindset, as we're talking about, there is a reason why you need to present yourself to your patient as the provider of choice. Because there is a lot of interaction that goes on when you are not the first person. For example, the patient may end up meeting a doctor who does not value physiotherapy. We've had instances whereby a patient who is receiving treatment from us and making progress, and the doctor is jealous that they are making progress. The doctor tells the patient, stop, don't worry, you don't need physiotherapy. But the patient says, I'm making progress already. He said, forget about it. You don't need physiotherapy. The doctor wants to attribute the success the patient is making to the medications that they are giving the patient. We see that happen all the time in our practice. A lot of time in amazing physiotherapy. You are treating a patient is making progress. The next thing the patient is coming to say, I need a refund. My doctor said I should not do physiotherapy. I have a doctor who we share the same block. We share the same block, not because we are in partnership, but for some reasons, we are not far apart from each other in one of our locations. A particular patient that has been going to him or for a long time eventually walked into our clinic. So she said, after the treatment, she was making progress. She said, why is it that we are not in partnership? Why is it that these people are not referring patient to us? That this doctor should have referred her to us since. I said, we are not in partnership. We run our businesses independently. We don't even go to them to tell them to send us patients. Because we know how some of all these doctors behave. Not because of anything, but I told her that we went to tell them that we are starting a physiotherapy clinic around. But since we started in the last 4 years in that particular location, one patient has not come from that hospital. One. That woman was the first person to bring herself into our clinic. And she said that one day she was even telling the doctor that don't you think I should do physiotherapy? Because she had seen a physiotherapy clinic nearby. So that thought came. She said to me that the doctor told her that no, that physiotherapy is dangerous. Eventually, she mustered courage. She came into our clinic and were able to give her succor. She had gotten better. But the doctor had already told her that the physiotherapy was dangerous. So imagine if it is somebody who does not want to be curious and even seek to get better clarity on why this doctor said something like that. So the mindset shift, you need to practice this all the time. You need to write it down and say 100 times, I am a doctor of physiotherapy. Not because you want to say you're a doctor for doctor's sake, because you need to position your mindset as somebody who is an expert. That is why we are doctors in the first place. I don't want someone to start telling me that MRTB needs to start recognizing us as doctors. No, that is not what I'm saying. You have to accept yourself that you are a doctor first. It's not MRTB that will write it in your license. Well, thank God, DPT is more prevalent right now, and a lot of schools are doing that. If that is what you need to get confidence, so be it. But you need to see yourself as an expert. And if you're an expert, you're not going to be charging 1 naira for your services. Yes, so the organizers, we've gotten to the end of the first phase. I don't know if, because you said we do 2 hours, then do another 2 hours. I don't know if I should just continue or you plan for a break, because this is a lot of information and people need to, stand up and stretch. I don't know, it's up to you. I divided it into 2. because you said after 2 hours, maybe we rest, then we do another 2 hours. But if you say I should fire on, I will continue. This is what I love doing all day. So Dr. Yakubu, tell me what to do next.
Okay, thank you so much. In fact, it has been so educational for everyone. I will say that we've really benefited a lot. So although we're supposed to have two sessions, we're supposed to have the first session this morning and then one more session in the afternoon. But since we have participants glued on, I would like to hear from the participants. Should we pause or should we continue? You can either talk about it in the chat, just say something in the chat, so that let's see which of the participants have more. Okay, so some of them are saying that we should continue, while some are saying let's have a break. So let's see. So it's kind of 50-50. 50% of participants say we should continue, whereas 50% are saying we should have a break. So I think what we should do for the benefit of all participants, instead of having a long break, we can have a short break. Instead of having a break of maybe 2 hours, we can have a break of 30 minutes so that we can freshen up, stretch, and then probably you can reconvene around 11:45 so that we can continue. I think that will be much better.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
So we reconvene in 11:45. Thank you very much, Dr. Yakubu, for that.
Okay, so meanwhile, we should prepare our questions because there's gonna be a question and answer session after the presenter is done. So we'll prepare our questions. You can ask the question one-on-one because the presenter said it was going to be interactive. And then we can also send to the chat box, and those on the YouTube can actually send their questions to the chat box on YouTube. We're going to write the questions and then forward it to the presenter. So we'll see everybody back by 11:45. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. So we are back for after the 30 minutes reset. So we are back for the second section. So I believe Dr. Inamdi, you can proceed and continue with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yakubu. This 30 minutes break is quite refreshing. We never really know how much of a rest that we need until we decide to get one. Very important. What could we have done with the 30 minutes? Some of us, as simple as just standing up from where we are sitting down and walking around, it's really enough for us to have gotten the best out of these 30 minutes. And we always used to tell our patients, when you sit for some time, you have to also stand up. And in as much as the presentation, when we are in presentations, we are always completely more like absorbed and wanting to make the best out of it. But it's imperative at every point to move around as much as you can. So for me, this 30 minutes was really very refreshing, and I'm so happy the presenter gave an opportunity for that. Now we are back to where we stopped, getting started. Getting started is the million-dollar question. How do I get started? Now I have a space, I've rented a space, I've got my equipment, I've got the mindset, I've got the belief. Now I want to change the world. But you can have all this knowledge, you can have all these intentions. You can be the best physiotherapist, you can be the most knowledgeable physiotherapist. You can have the best intention, but you need somebody to come and prove that you actually have the best intention. If not, only you know that you have the best intention. And that is the reason why a lot of businesses fail, because they know this good and wonderful thing that they want to give the public. They know it very well, more than everyone else. They are willing to do it, but how do they get somebody to come into their clinic for them to receive that service? That is very important. Businesses don't fail because of economy. Businesses actually fail because of patronage. Because if people still patronize you, even if the economy is bad, you will still continue to be in business. Coca-Cola, everybody drinks Coca-Cola, whether Coke is 50 naira or 500 naira. Now, I don't drink Coke, but the last time I heard someone say they bought a plastic Coke for 500 naira, I said, what? The last time I bought a plastic Coke was when it was 120. Coca-Cola still continues to get patronage, so economy does not affect them. Now, that is how you should start to view your own business. So getting started. If you know all these things that you want to do, but you don't know how to put it well for somebody to test your product and even say it's good, then you are still back to square one. And that is the reason why creating the uniqueness of why you tend to exist is important. You are not going to be starting a business or starting a private physiotherapy clinic because Yakubu started. You are not going to start a private physiotherapy clinic because how Aisha started or Nura started. No. If you do the same thing that they do, eventually, if they fail, then you are also going to fail. So you have to have that in mind. So hopefully we are praying that everybody who starts will succeed, so that even if you copy them hook, line, and sinker, you will also succeed. But the uniqueness of your business is what separates you from the red ocean. There is what we call the blue ocean strategy and the red ocean strategy. The blue ocean strategy is how unique are you so that you render all your competitions irrelevant. Remember, if today you decide that you're going to start a physiotherapy clinic, you already have competitors that are already doing well before you get in. You already have religious people, religious leaders. If you're a Christian, pastors, if you're a Muslim, you have imams, you have malams, people who give portions to solve some conditions that patients will come into your clinic to get treatment for. Now, if those people go to those places, then you will struggle. Because if they cannot put out that uniqueness, if you cannot put out that uniqueness and what makes you different from these people, then it's a different ball game for you, and the struggle will continue. There's a reason why they say 90% of businesses will close down before their fourth year. Before 4 years, businesses have closed down. Then out of that 4% that is remaining, only about 80% will celebrate their 10th birthday. So starting a business, it's not just your internal conviction, but what are you bringing to offer people differently? And that is what we call creating a USP, or unique selling proposition. The reason why I'm in private practice should not be the reason why you are in private practice. If it is the same reason that I'm in private practice that you are in private practice, then if I already have clients, they won't come to you because you are doing the same thing I am doing. They would rather stay with, they say the devil you know is better than the angel you don't know. I think that's what they say, right? That is a problem. But if there is another angel, people may want to leave the devil because someone else has come up with something really unique. So that is why you don't have competitors in physiotherapy. You have competitors in people who are not physiotherapists doing things that physiotherapy do. Quacks are your competitors. They become your competitors if how they treat is the same way you treat. But they will no longer become your competitor if you do something differently. Herbalists will be your competitor if what they do is the same thing you do. But they are no longer, you will render them irrelevant if you have a unique selling proposition. So before you start marketing your clinic, which is as simple as telling people that I've started a clinic, that is marketing. The first marketing you do for your clinic is telling your family members. You tell your family members I've started a clinic. Those are the first people that will give you approval. Then once you get approval from the family people are close to you, your friends, then the whole world is ready to receive you. So you need to have a clear understanding of who you are talking to, who your perfect patient is, and what you will help them do. It's not enough to say, I am great, choose us, or I am the best physiotherapy clinic nearby. People will not look for a physiotherapy clinic that is the same with the physiotherapy clinic that is in their neighborhood. For example, in Abuja, if you live in Kubwa and I have a clinic in Garki, and there are clinics in Kubwa, if the clinic in Kubwa is a physiotherapy clinic and the clinic in Garki is also a physiotherapy clinic, you wouldn't leave Kubwa to go for physiotherapy in Garki. You see the difference? So if your clinic is located in Zoo Road, somebody will not live, and if someone lives in Zoo Road and your clinic is located in Zoo Road, someone will not leave Sabongari, where they have physiotherapy clinics, and come to Zoo Road. That is the better way to place it. But somebody can leave Dakasale and travel all the way to Zoo Road if you are a physiotherapist that has a unique selling position. That is why creating your USP is important. If not, you will just come and be in the red ocean. That red ocean where everybody is. Today, oh, we thank God, oh, customers came in, oh, we thank God. Tomorrow, it's in God's hand. Then, you leave doing what you're supposed to do and now start focusing your attention on who to blame. The government, the people, things are hard. Those are the things you begin to blame. But in September, iPhone is going to release new phone, iPhone 17 in September. People have pre-ordered those phones already. Some of those people are even physiotherapists. Some of those people are people that are your patients who are pricing you, but they are willing to do those things because they have a satisfaction that is different from what another person is giving them. So no one really understands what physiotherapy is. That is another thing you need to have at the back of your mind. I think the physiotherapy, we have really not benefited so much from branding. Everybody has branded very well. Everybody's branding has really connected really very well with what they do. But with physiotherapy, our branding issue is a challenge. Physiotherapy still remains a profession that is difficult to market. Very difficult to market. And the only way you can market physiotherapy is when you create, maybe, I think private clinics. I think some people who are in private practice, you guys are just saviors that physiotherapy really needs, desperately needs, because it's difficult. Let me give you an example of what I mean by branding. There are a group of doctors called ENT doctors. In full, ear, nose, and throat. If I have a problem with my ear, nose, and throat, I know who I'm looking for. I know I'm looking for an ear, nose, and throat doctor. Now, if my wife is pregnant, I know I'm looking for a women's health doctor, a gynecologist. If my child is sick, I know I'm looking for a pediatrics, because pediatrics means children. But physiotherapy, people struggle to even, which of the conditions, which group of people do we attach to this profession? So you see where I'm coming from with the branding problem that we have with physiotherapy. Now, let me tell you people that have one of the best, there are two professions that have one of the best branding. You see, dentists and eye doctors. Those people have one of the best branding. I have a problem with my eye. You know you are looking for an eye clinic. I have a problem with my back. I'm looking for physiotherapy. How I wish their name is Back Clinic. You see the difference? Now, that leaves a loophole for you to exploit. Everybody wants to be a physiotherapy clinic. Can you be a back pain clinic? You see how to create a USP. Very easy. That's why we are saying some of these big words that you know, what do they actually mean? That is what a USP is. Eye dentist, dental. When you hear dental, everybody knows it's teeth. They know them as the teeth doctors. Now, we even wanted to be bone doctors. But we cannot be bone doctors because we don't do everything about the bone. We are not even bone doctors because we don't handle the bones. So we need to focus our attention on how, because now nobody has the responsibility to brand or rebrand the word physiotherapy. It has come to stay, and we can't change it in Nigeria. We can't change it in Nigeria, but we have something we can do at this top level in private practice, which is how do we market our practice, still physiotherapy, to reflect what people are looking, so that when people think of it, they remember. Now, for example, specialization is one way to go. And that is why we've always advocated that specializing in what you do as a physiotherapist is not only going to, because, well, we know specialists always make better money than generalists. it's good to specialize. And that is the direction that our profession itself has been. Now, some specializing also gives us that extra advantage as a profession. But in private practice, you need to specialize. Not, I want to be an O&G physiotherapist only, but you want to specialize in a target population, in specific conditions. You want to specialize in a demographic and a psychographic that you want to manage. Those things will help you create a better USP. Now, let me tell you one of the setbacks that we have with physiotherapy in branding. If you call a student from Bayero University, Kano, and keep that student in a room and tell the student to define physiotherapy, or who is a physiotherapist, and you keep another student from UNN in another room and tell them to define physiotherapy, try this. Just get two of, if you're working in a teaching hospital, get two interns that just started. Put one in one room, let them write what do they think physiotherapy is. Get two of them. I promise you, you're going to get different answers. Different answers. You don't have that happen in dentistry. You don't have that happen in eye doctors. It happens with physiotherapy. So we have a branding problem. Now we already know we have been shortchanged in terms of branding. That is why creating a unique selling proposition is very important for us if you must differentiate from the crowd. That is simple and clear. In Amazing Physiotherapy, we have our USP. And our USP, it is something that is ingrained in the way we want patients to think about us. We stole an aspect of a patient's pain problem and put it to what physiotherapy as a profession is doing, and took away physiotherapy totally from our branding. And that helped us create a unique selling proposition. Now, think about what your patients want to hear. Very important. To do this, you need to create a marketing message that is about the patient's problem. How we're able to create our own. Now, it is a clear statement that describes the benefit of your offer, how you will solve your customer's problem, and how you distinguish yourself from the competitors. Remember when we started talking, I said we had a couple of competitors that we needed to remember and have at the back of our mind. They are not our fellow physiotherapists. That is why even if you have 1 million physiotherapy clinic, everybody will have their patients. But the person that will not have patients is the person that is doing the same thing with their neighbor. So they will end up going to their neighbors. Let me wear my glasses, sorry. So they will end up going to their neighbor's clinic, not yours. But that moment you discover that you need to create a uniqueness in your approach, you begin to go into the blue ocean and leave the red ocean, which is the contested marketplace. Now, we know that people love natural remedies. We now said Amazing Physiotherapy will help you recover naturally. We know people like natural remedy. We know people don't like painkillers. And we know that pharmaceutical companies are our competitors. Now, we don't want you to rely on painkillers. Now, we know people don't like surgery. We now want to help people avoid surgery. And we know that physiotherapy approach is a physical modality. So, comparatively, when you look at all the constellation of all what is engraved in what we are doing, we know people are looking for recovery, and we want people to enjoy a non-surgical, non-medical approach, which is what physiotherapy is all about. So instead of saying we want to help you recover naturally through physiotherapy, people don't know what physiotherapy is. So I want to help you recover through physiotherapy. What is physiotherapy? yes, I know I want to recover, but you have not told me what you want to help me recover with. Now I want to help you recover naturally without pain medications, injections, or surgery. Oh, that makes sense. That means this guy has something else. What is that thing? Physiotherapy. Oh, okay. Let's see what physiotherapy you have can do. Now, I've brought them back to physiotherapy. But I had to tell them that I have something that is an alternative to what they already know. That is how you create your USP. So when it comes to USP, your education doesn't matter. Just like I said, patients don't regard our qualification. It is only people that have become your patients that are interested in wanting to know where you studied. But before they come into your clinic, they are not interested. They are only interested in what you can do for them. Your USP should be your elevator pitch. It is how you can explain what patients want and how you can do it for them. Once you have created your USP, put it on your website. A lot of us need to start thinking about how to build their website from now. Your business card. My business card was the first thing I had. Now, one rule I have for business card is you need to have about 1,000 business cards. You can only say you are in business when you have finished distributing that 1,000 business cards. Then you say, yes, I am in business. So I started with about 1,000 business cards, and I made sure I gave that 1,000 business cards to everybody. I don't know, I can't remember the exact date the last one finished, but I made sure that I had the 1,000 business cards that I printed at those early days, and I gave it out, and I made sure it went. Well, if everybody that I gave my business card are my patients, I don't know. But there's something that I also noticed with potential clients. You might have given somebody your business card, and the person may not be the person that will come into your clinic. He may end up giving your information to another person that you have not given your business card. So your business card should get out so that people will see it and think of what to do next with it. So that is more important than your company logo. It's more important than how you design your flyers. What is important is how you crave that message that your patients will understand, and they will automatically see you as a business that is different from another person. Now, getting free new patients, that's the biggest part of the struggle. If I tell you that there is anything hard in business, it's actually how to get your customers into the door. We've talked about how to create this door, but it has to be open. And that it's open does not also mean that people will walk in. Now, we need to think of how best we can get people into the door. And the simplest and easiest way is not going to tell the doctor to send you patients. The easiest way is free consultation. That is the easiest way. So this is important if patients are unaware exactly what you can do for them. Who is distracting us? Ugu Priscilla, please do us a favor and put off your mic. It will describe a little bit about what we can plan to do for them. Now, I'm not talking about patients who doctors send into our departments in the teaching hospitals or general hospitals where we work. Those ones don't even have a say. They are there not because of the physiotherapists. They are there because the doctor said they should go. If the doctor didn't say they should go, they probably wouldn't be there. Now, they are there. They don't have a choice. Giving them free consultation doesn't matter. But now in private practice, it's a different ball game because you don't get people walking into your clinic just like that. It doesn't happen. You have to be the one to go outside and get these people to come into your clinic. I tell you people one thing that happened with a particular pharmaceutical company, I think in America. And what happened was, you know, these usual pharmacy reps always going around as pharmacists, as company reps, going around convincing doctors to use particular products that is for their company. And please, admin, can you help us mute some people? Some people still don't know how to use Zoom. Admin, please, can you help us mute? Mohammed Inua, can you mute yourself? Yakubu, please, can you mute this young man? Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so this particular company, the same way you're walking into a doctor's office to advertise your pharmaceutical product is the same way another company also walks in to advertise their pharmaceutical product. Now, this company, what the doctors now turn these pharmacy reps and companies to is to their own advantage. So it is who gives you more souvenirs, more money, more lunch, that you end up prescribing their medication. Now, this particular pharmaceutical company said, okay, well, in as much as we have money to spend on souvenirs and maybe a little bit of kickbacks for doctors who refer these patients, but is this sustainable in a long term? They said it was not going to be sustainable. They now moved their approach to getting patients from sending reps to doctors only to attending events and programs that had the population of the people they needed their medication the most. Now, for example, if you are a company selling hypertensive medications, you know you will not be in primary schools for primary school events. That's not where you will be because children don't have hypertension. And if you are selling sexual enhancing drugs, you are not going to go to a secondary school or a university to talk about your sexual enhancing drugs because those people are in their prime. They don't need sexual enhancement drugs. But this company happened to be a company who understood that their target market is actually not the doctors, but the people who use their drugs. So they started targeting old people's clubs. These are the people that needed sexual enhancement drugs. These are people who have high blood pressure and medical concerns. They started targeting clubs that had people who had their real issues. They started targeting adult education groups. Now, those people got so much information about what these their medications does, and now when those patients go into the hospitals, when the doctors are trying to make prescription for their medication, the patient will say, they will bring out the leaflet where those company products are and say, doctor, I've heard so much about this medication, please. I want you to prescribe it for me. And you know they have rights. You also have rights. In Nigeria, if your patient tells you that this is what they want, that is exactly what you're doing too. Because at the end of the day, it was never a question of that these drugs doesn't work, but the doctors were looking for who gives them more kickbacks as the only people they will refer their medications to. For example, we have it with Neurogesic, Fastum Gel, and other things. Now check, what is the reason why you refer Fastum Gel to your why you prescribe Fastum Gel to your patient more than Neurogesic? When you check it, well, usually most of them work, but to some of us, there may be an economic advantage. That's the reason why we do that. So it is normal for a particular doctor or a physio to be more inclined to a particular health product. Now, we also, the companies that own this product also have a responsibility to educate their public. Now, if the public decides that it is only neurogesic that they need, you physiotherapists, you can't change their mind to use fastum gel. And that is how I want us to start understanding our patients. We need to move from providing this information and talking to doctors who are not ready, or in my case, who think physiotherapy is dangerous, who are willing and always ready to say that the patient died after physiotherapy just to discredit us, and move our attention to patients that need our service and educate them so well that when this patient need our service, they will look for us directly. That is how direct access works. Direct access doesn't work when we chat on WhatsApp, on Facebook, and say we are that. No, direct access is a practical thing. You educate your patient, and your patient come directly to you. That is how it works in the simplest term. But now, when they now start working, you need an extra way to convince them. That is how the free consultation now comes. Because you've just said it with your mouth, they believe you, but they need to see if it really works. And they need to hear you better. So it's an opportunity to sit and talk with your potential clients. Get clarity on what is important to them. Remember when I talked about a woman who has knee pain? Range of motion is not important to her. But her daughter's traditional marriage that is coming up in 3 months' time, that is what's more important. So your conversation should not be around range of motion or reducing her pain from verse of 10 to verse of 5. No, it is all about verse, range of motion. You put them together, don't say it out, put it in your mind that this is what you want. Then the conversation you are having with this patient will be how she can dance during her child's traditional marriage. That is what matters to them. And those are the conversations that happen when you are having the consultation with them. Simple. So let's proceed. So patient referral program, word of mouth. Remember when I said we've got our first patient. Now our first patient comes, we've been able to convince our first patient. We need to now start seeing them as our referral agents. It all starts with that first one patient. How did you get this first one patient? You got this first one patient from your patient education program that you did somewhere, or somebody you gave your business card who needed your service. I can remember in those good old days when I walk into a mall and I see somebody limping. Of course, in the mall, people who have disposable income usually go to the mall, apart from people like us who just go there for window shopping. We don't buy anything. We just go walk around and take pictures. So I saw this man who was coming out from a hall, a mall, a shop. He bought something and he was limping. So I quickly went to him and gave him my card. That man ended up being my patient after a few weeks. You see, it's as easy as that. I think we are so blessed that people just want to hear that we can solve their problem, because everybody seems not to want to understand them. But some of them who are knowledgeable enough to know what a physiotherapist is, they just want to tell you everything about them and how to get information from you on how to solve their problem. It happened recently too. While I was in Lagos, I was, in fact, the most unusual places for me to see a patient. I was sitting down. I wanted to buy water, so someone referred me to a bar. I went into the bar, sat down, and as I was buying water, so one man said, "Okay, oh wow, bro, I like the smell of your perfume." Oh, I said, "Fine." She said, "What do I do?" I said, I'm a physiotherapist. He said, "What do they do?" I said, "We help," just like I said, I told you guys, people don't know what physiotherapists do. He said, "What do they do?" I said, "Oh, wow, I am actually a back pain specialist." He just said, bros, I beg, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. He ended up paying for the water I bought that day because this man had back pain. The most unusual places you see patients. But if I had been a proud physiotherapist, well, and didn't want to sit down and have a conversation and give this man details into what I do, I probably would have lost that patient. That man, even if I didn't get anything from that man, he paid for the bag of water. the bottled water I came to buy from that bar. The most unusual place. That's where I got this patient recently while I was in Lagos. So it happens all the time. Your patients are everywhere around you, but you are not just looking well. Now, when they now come, the same way you were able to get them, that is the same way they will tell their friends about you. There are some that when I was, I will talk about home health in a bit, but earlier on, when I started my home treating patients at home, the first patient I got was from a senior colleague. Then after my internship, because I was trying to survive, run a business, and also have a few, business was not moving. I needed to have life going on too. Then I was treating patients at home, 1-5 from Kubwa. How I used to go to Kubwa is from National Hospital. I was an intern then. National Hospital had a bus that goes to Suleja, and if you enter, you pay 50 naira as an intern. Going from Area 1 to Kubwa was about 200 naira as at then, when things were really good. But I paid 50, I will pay 50 naira if I enter the bus. So when I enter the bus, I will pay 50 naira. And I was charging the patient 1-5 in Kubwa. I was coming all the way from National Hospital, if you know Abuja very well. One day I said to myself, now two things are important, two things about this patient that we need to know. That one day, this patient will either recover or nature will take its course and maybe this woman will pass away, will die. If this patient dies, how do I get my next patient? Or will I be praying that my patient never recovers? That is another mindset that you need to come with, because now you need to start building a business, unlike in those days where we want to continue seeing these patients as long as the patient is paying. 6 months, 1 year, 6 years, you are still seeing this patient as long as this patient is alive. But in private practice, how to get your patient better the fastest is your greatest weapon. If everybody is getting a patient better in 12 visits, you need to start thinking of how to get that patient better in 4. That is your greatest weapon. I am yet to see a patient who has been going to a particular doctor and has never gotten better and has continued to go, that is willing to refer their friend. I want you to think about that. Those patients you are seeing at home, well, maybe from some time to time. And again, one thing I don't like about it is, if it's a stroke patient you are seeing, that stroke patient will never refer another person to you apart from stroke patients. That's why I don't like it. So you need to see how you can create goals, create targets, work on it, so that you are not doing the same thing, just vague. You don't worry. Doctor, don't worry, you will get better. It's gradual. It's a gradual process. Tomorrow, doctor, I'm not seeing improvement. Oh, no, now, it's not magic. It's a gradual process. 6 months will pass. It's a gradual process. 1 year is a gradual process. We know that it's a gradual process, but it is because of the small money they are paying you. That's why you need to see how your patients can get better fast. If you have a patient that will not get better, then the patient has to know. But there is no way your patient cannot have milestones. There should be milestones that are achieved, and you should itemize them to that patient. If a patient with spinal cord injury comes into your clinic, there should be achievable milestones. If there's not going to be any achievable milestones that the patient can see or the difference, then you are not going to benefit from this thing I'm going to talk about, which is word of mouth marketing. So our patients are our best referral agents. Market to your warmest leads, which are the people that already know you. It is easier to follow up on those who already love, trust, and believe that your treatment works. So word of mouth is the best strategy, and that is what our clinics survive on till today. Word of mouth is not the first thing to bring in your first patient, but word of mouth is what will keep your business going.
Sarah.
Word of mouth may not direct your first referral, but it will direct your second, third, and fourth referral. So word of mouth is the best strategy, and that is what our clinics survive on till today. Word of mouth is not the first thing to bring in your first patient, but word of mouth is what will keep your business going. Word of mouth may not direct your first referral, but Like your outreach, your engagement brings in your first patient, your consultation cements the relationship, word of mouth gets them coming and gets their friends and every other people that's close to them into your clinic. So sometimes in my clinic, we just do what we call reactivating calls to all those people that have come before. And we call them, because they are our old patients, we have a relationship with them. They will not, that's where they will not say, oh, doc, there is this my friend, Seth, I want her to meet you. That's what we always hear. This is my brother, I want you to meet my husband. I want you to meet my daughter. I want you to meet this person. They want to refer people to us because they already love, like, and trust our treatment because it works. So those are the areas you need to start focusing your attention on, how to build a referral program. It is not only when you are selling GNLD or doing a networking business or Oriflame that you do network. No, you do networking even in your private practice physiotherapy. That is word of mouth. You talk to this person talks to another person, and that is how it works. The only way you can make it sustainable is to always make sure your people are getting better as at when due. So social media sneak attack. The first thing you need, even before you say you have started a business in Nigeria now, is you must have a Facebook, you must have a TikTok, you must have a YouTube, you must have Instagram, you must have LinkedIn, and you must have X. You have to have all these social media applications. And most importantly, a website. When you have all this, then you are ready to be seen by the world. A lot of people will tell me that a lot of people are doing private practice. And in fact, the funniest, you are doing private practice, you have a clinic, and you are sending your everything about your clinic to physiotherapy group. Are physiotherapists going to patronize you? You are sending all the beautiful education, everything you are writing, how your clinic works, everything, how beautiful. You are sending it into physiotherapy group. What are they going to do for you? Nothing. They won't give you, your fellow physiotherapists are also looking for patients. You have to post those things elsewhere. So sometimes I go to WhatsApp groups, physiotherapy WhatsApp groups. I see other physio clinics posting their clinic inside. No, you don't have to. It's not necessary. You don't need to do that. Well, you want to tell us you have a clinic? Beautiful. Well, now we are now interested in you succeeding. But posting it in our group is not going to make you succeed. You have to post it outside. So when you create the business pages of all these social media, then you flood it with your contents. You flood it with all those beautiful things that you want to share with your colleagues. Go in. Now you've gotten patients better. The next thing you need to get is a testimony from those patients. That testimony is going to help you sell, even if it is one. Post the testimony of that patient, maybe a before and an after picture of that patient in that group, in the social media. Get their permission to do that and tag those patients. So target everybody who likes and comments or follows you on that media. Now you have a physiotherapy clinic and you invite physiotherapists. All your followers are your fellow physiotherapists. And you share, you people will just be discussing passive movement. You'll be discussing physiotherapy now and see when do we have the next CPD workshop. That's what you people will be discussing. But if they are real patients, people who are ready to patronize you, because I don't think, well, some physiotherapists may send you patients, but I doubt if if the patient physiotherapists are sending you is what you want your business to rely on. No, they won't go anywhere. Physios have sent patients to our clinic, no doubt, and I appreciate them for that. But imagine if physios are sending, if physios are the ones that I rely on for the patients that come into our clinic, probably won't be sitting down and talking to you about private practice today. That's the simple fact. So post an educational video, exercise. You see, physiotherapists always want to say a pro doctor is stepping his boundary, but you will never even see any physiotherapist who is even trying to do anything concerning the level of content and education a pro doctor is doing. They will say he's talking about things, but instead of complaining, why not talk about it? Talk about it. A pro doctor is building a brand for himself. Why not build for yourself so that people will take you as an influencer? He is making a lot of money. Do you hate money? You don't. These things are all open loops for us to exploit so that we can get patients into our businesses. So talk about what and why you do, how you fix their problem so that people who are interested will reach out to you. Community workshops, by far a very powerful strategy that we still do till today. So this is one of our powerful strategies for getting patients. You reach out to gyms. Instead of reaching out to gyms, what we do is, how do we get MRTB to accredit gym to employ physiotherapists? You don't need all those things. Those things won't serve you. There is no way gyms will be under physiotherapy in the whole world. It's not anywhere. It can't happen. They have a group already. They are even more united. They are not divided like us, NSP and ACAPEN. They are not. Exercise physiologists, they have a very strong association. They are richer than you. Now, I want to pick a fight with iFitness. iFitness is even the person I look up to. The other day I was with the founder. I was telling the founder that I look up to them because he now has locations in four states. And I told him that, yes, I know one thing that we are better than you with. We have in 5 states. And he started laughing. He has a lot of money. He told me that it takes him 500 million naira to start a branch. And he depends on investors to build his business. Someone that has putting all his branches together, his 21 branches across Nigeria, 500 million naira to establish one branch. A billionaire. I will now be fight. You push it. Let's try. Let them take us to court. Let's just pray it will not reach to a level where they will take us to court. If they take us to court, we may even lose this physiotherapy that we have, that we are about to even lose to diploma holders. So we need to understand that these people are potential areas where we can engage with. You reach out to gyms, religious organizations, churches. I have put up my adverts in a church bulletin before. So I'm a Catholic, and in Catholic, there are spaces where you can put up your advert for businesses, and it's fine. We go to offices, we go to other health-related organizations, hospitals, massage centers, acupuncture clinics. We go, we talk to them. We don't just say, send us patients. We do presentation to them on areas that they are not solving, they are not treating. You cannot go to an acupuncture clinic and say, send me patient for acupuncture. No, you need to do what they are not already doing. Now, like one of the things that we do regularly when we go to the gyms, we are not trying to tell them to employ a physiotherapist. No, we are not even focused on the gym owners. We are focused on the people who go to the gym. So when we go to the gym owners, and the gym owners allow us to do a brief seminar for people on how to lift without shoulder problems. And I will tell you, we've gotten lots of patients from the gym come into our clinic for gym problems. So my interest is not in MRTB accrediting gym centers so that they can employ a physiotherapist. Cannot happen, has never happened, it will never happen. What might happen is you, as a physiotherapist, can go to the gym and tell them that you want to start a clinic and partner with them so that if patients are injured, they can easily see you. So when I walk into the gym, the patients who come to our clinic from the gym, the money we get from them pays for my gym membership. It pays in multiple fold. The amount of money that patients have paid us from the gym can pay for my gym membership in 20 years because a lot of them have come. So it is a wise investment for me. I can walk out and still get paid for it. So that is how I want us to look at it. So maximize patient value. The number one thing we want to do is to maximize the impact our service have on our patients. It's our duty to keep our patients in our immediate ecosystem long enough to fix their problem. Make them resilient so it doesn't happen again. Your treatment, just like I said, how do you get your patient to trust you enough, even if it's a condition that will stay long? How do you get them? You need to have targeted milestones on how to do it. Now, in the business wise, in the business balance, we talk about cross-selling and upselling. In a business, you have a business and it's a physiotherapy clinic, and patients come in, and you know that your patients who come in for physiotherapy like to go for full body massage afterwards. Why not have it as a service to generate more revenue? It's something you can think about so that your patients are in your ecosystem long enough to continue to enjoy your service because they already like and trust you. And that is the only way you can maximize profit. Remember, you are in business, and the reason why you're in business is to stay afloat and make profit. Online marketing, different social media channels has different formats. For example, with Facebook, I think one mistake people make when posting online is publishing what does not mean anything to anybody. Sometimes posting exercise may not even give them value. You may post exercises online for people to do. People may not really be able to connect to that exercise, but showing the process of who this exercise has helped and the patient this exercise has helped, coming to tell people how successful it has been, might easily connect a lot of dots without even you knowing. Now you have a procedure, you have an approach, and you have a testimony. All combined will give a lot of value to your patient, and they may begin to understand you a little bit more differently. And that approach is no-brainer, the best way you can go about it. So why not share a story instead? Everybody likes gists. Go to social media. Channels that talk about gists have a lot of people sitting down and listening to them. Everybody wants somebody that will gist them. And that is what story is all about. Share about what the problem might be and why people are expressing certain problems. A Proko doctor will sit down and say, Nkechi, Nana, your back pain, and you are still sitting down. You think Agbo will help you? He has started talking about how to solve back pain. But I think this is something we can do, and we can do it better. So let's look at it and think about how we can attack. Social media is very important. So if there is anything you are going to learn today, is as you're leaving this workshop, when we finish, is opening all the social media accounts and start posting on them. Very important. Your website. Well, you can't survive long if you don't have a website. That is very important. On your website, you write a blog and post on your website, because sometimes when you go online and you are searching for something and Google gives you information, it is actually someone else that put it. Now, as you are feeding and getting knowledge from what other people are writing, so also, why not you contribute to that knowledge bank? And now you are contributing for your own financial benefit. That is why you are in private practice. So if you post something, if you don't have a website, it may be difficult for you to actually do that. Because if after writing a beautiful piece and you are not ready to spend money to have a website, to have it posted on your blog, then it's a total waste of time doing it. Why write something that you don't want people to read? Because website has a way of getting a lot of people to see what you have written. Now, your website is like your personal profile and the profile of your business. Your blog should be showing up when people search. About 50% of our patients find us online through Google searches. You can also take advantage of that. Every day people want to know more about physiotherapists. Every day people want to see what physiotherapy can do. Every day people are searching for solutions to their problem. They do it online. If your business is not online, how will you go about it? Some of you patronize businesses by searching them online. Have you ever thought of if people can also search your own business to patronize you online. I'm just saying it's not a must, but if you want to succeed, you need to do that. So what you are going to do is to create one piece of a content, like an original content. Then this is like creating a Facebook video. You can do a video for Facebook or a blog. The video is really good. I prefer to use video all the time. Now, you will take this video that you have created and repurpose it across all channels. So you are not doing a different post for Facebook, a different for Instagram, a different from YouTube, a different from your blog. Now, videos are very easy because you can easily say things out that you may not remember to write down. But when you do a video, you record yourself, maybe for 10 minutes, record yourself saying stuff that help patients. Now, there are softwares that you can extract the audio of that video and transcribe it into text. Then you now have it on your Microsoft Word where you can edit and add more information on it. Now that makes your blog. The audio that you have gotten from that video, you can post it as a podcast. The video that you have made from there, you can post it on your YouTube or on your Facebook. The pictures that you have gotten or the short 1 minute exercises or demonstration or key points that you've made on that video, you can post it on Instagram. So you see how one content has been repurposed across multiple platforms. Do that consistently and tell me your results in 3 months. You will be unrecognizable. I can assure you that. That's what we do, and it really works for us. Now, lead generation system, very important. This can only work if you have a website. We know that people want to know a lot about their condition. Now, how does this work? We've been able to put up a lot of questions, put together a lot of questions that patients ask, what is regarded as frequently asked questions. Do I need to get an MRI? Do I need a referral to see a doctor? You can get all these questions. You can get like 12 of them. Answer them very well. Maybe use pictures just to make them look good in a Microsoft document. Export it using PDF. Now, on your website, have a link that asks that you will create for people to ask you to send them that information. You can label it as a 21 questions to relieve back pain. There's nobody that does not want to read 21 questions if you want to relieve your back pain. Now, when they download or they ask to download that, they can, before they download it, maybe they can send you their phone number or their email address or their name. Now, when you have that information, you can call them and tell them you downloaded this. How can I help you? Can you come in for a consultation? Let's talk about it. Now you have moved from them downloading and reading what you have written to them coming into your clinic for a conversation. That is what we call a lead generation system using ebook content. It's a strategy. If you go to our website, you'll see this lead generation strategy on our website. From day one in 2018, we have it and it's still there, still gives us patients till tomorrow. People will want to read your book because it's free. And because it's free, they want more information, and you are going to reach out and have a conversation with them because that is the only opportunity they've got to get their real questions answered. That is, you can do that using the lead generation system, and is a must-have for your clinic. Now, there are 3 targets that you need to focus on if you want to sustain the business or the lifeblood in your clinic. Number 1, the sales, the places you get your patients, how to sell to them, and how to maximize whatever it is you are selling to them. Now, but there are 3 markets you need to focus your attention on. We know them. Number 1, the doctors, the hospitals are number 1 market. Secondly, the general public are another market. Thirdly, the people who are already your patients, they are another top target. Now, marketing to the general public. This is simple. You market to members of the general population by all those things that we've talked about. People who have never heard of you, we refer to them as cold leads. People who have heard of you, who have come in, who have experienced you, they are referred to as warm lead, right? I think it's just gotten from, this person is cold to me, doesn't want to answer. You know, this person is warm. That means this person is a little bit more receptive. So that is where the concept was gotten from. And we need to assess these people. What do we do? What are the strategies? We talked about using workshops to get access to them. Workshops are going to organizations, having a seminar, having a presentation, and discussing about how you can help people in this office become more productive so that they can reduce back pain, neck pain, knee pain. Those are the workshops you should be focusing your attention on. Marketing to past patients. These are people who have become your patient already. So if there is one axiom in business, it is your best future customer are your past patients. I've said it before. Those are the people that will refer patients to you. Now you need to have monthly content you send to them. It could be an email, just information that will keep them reading about you. In my clinic, we use newsletters. Newsletters may sound big. It's not newspaper, it's newsletter. You go online, you write about some things. Like when we open a new clinic, we always say it to them. So when we open a new clinic, we send it as a mail, as a newsletter. And some of them will be like, oh, you have a clinic here. Let me send you a number. Let me send my cousin your number. They live in Ogun State. Let them contact you. If we had not sent that newsletter and telling those people that we have a new clinic somewhere, they probably would not know. So instead of me coming to a physiotherapy group to post that I have a new clinic in Ogun State, I rather send it to my past patients, because my past patient will send me patients faster than physiotherapists in that area will. With due respect, physiotherapists send me patients, but those are not the people you need to focus your attention on. You focus your attention on your past patients. You need to talk about what you have done, what are the new things, and what are extra value products that you recently added into your business that they may be interested in. So the whole concept is, how do you continually keep communicating with your past patients so that they don't forget about you? Should they say relationship is all about communication? That is how it is for business too. Now, marketing to physicians. Finally, this is the source we all know. It is simple. It is the act of getting referrals from physicians. I don't do this much in my clinic, to be honest. We don't focus on this because when we target the general public using all those beautiful things that I've been talking about all day long, we actually do not need doctors to send us patients. Remember, a doctor said physiotherapy is dangerous. Is it that same doctor we go to send patients to us? No, I don't bother. We don't get patients from doctors. But however, there are some things that we decided to do recently, and I want to share it with some of you. Maybe you can try, maybe it can work for you, but to us, it is not what we are interested in doing all the time, but it may work for you. Now, it's what I call the top 3 programs. You walk into clinics that have physiotherapists already. Some hospitals already have these days, but there are some doctors who may not want to send patients to that clinic. And there are some doctors who want to send patients to that clinic, but the patients keep coming to tell them that they are not getting better. Usually, you see them happen. And there are some doctors that are looking for kickbacks. When they send patients to that clinic in their facility, they don't get anything in return. So there is always somebody to target. There is no way everybody will be in the system without looking for something else. Now we've identified 3 groups of people. Now, you may want to target doctors that want kickback. For example, you go to a hospital, you say, send me patient. When you send me a patient, I will give you so and so amount. There are lots of doctors that will jump on it. Some may not be interested. When you go to but we want to focus on the doctors who have sent patients to their clinics and the patients came back telling them that they didn't get better. And we do that using a top 3 program. We are not directly telling the doctors to send us patients. We are only telling the doctors that we have a list of extra information that your patient might benefit from. And we do a flyer and do like 3 or 4 or 5 exercises for back pain, for knee pain, for different conditions, and give the doctors. So when doctors are referring patients for physiotherapy, they also hand our flyers to those patients. The patient might look at our flyer. Remember, no knowledge is a waste. That is how we tell the doctors, no knowledge is a waste. The patient might, because that flyer is not just a flyer of contact me, that flyer has a lot of information on it. The patient may not want to throw it away. And something like an exercise, the patient will want to keep it close by so that they can always return to it anytime they want to do the exercise. Now the patient has our information in their hand. We are just hoping that one day the patient will feel like, okay, this exercises is written by so and so clinic, not by the clinic we are attending. Maybe I'm not getting better. Can I call them? That is how we win patients from hospitals. Doctors send patients to us willingly too, but we don't have any strategy to get patients from hospitals apart from this. We don't also even go and do presentation in hospitals. That is the most annoying thing I've ever done, and I'm not willing to do it again. Earlier on, I used to do it. I went to a particular hospital to make a presentation. They said I will pay 200,000 naira and I will buy lunch for all the doctors. I say, for what? That was when I said there has to be a way out. And we've come up with different ways, and we don't rely on doctors for it. But if you want to try, I've just given you 3 people that you can get: people who want kickback, people who want to send patients regardless of anything, and 3 people who want to send patients because the patient that they've sent to their own clinics are not getting better. You can target any of these people and still make something out of it. Yeah, so the entrepreneurial mindset, investing. I just want to believe that after the break, the people who wanted CPD didn't come back. That's just my belief. And after the break, the people who remained are the people I believe are entrepreneurs. That is what I want to believe. Because people who want CPD, once they register, they just show face. They've marked attendance, they are off. And they will tell you, I will get the recording and the material. Lie, they will never read it. They will never listen to it. Is it not human being again? Me, I don't even read. I don't read all those things. It's rare. Most people don't. Some people do. So I want to believe that the people that are left behind now are the real entrepreneurs and people who want to move their life forward. Now, I have one final piece of advice for you, which is the kind of mindset you need to have as an entrepreneur. I'll tell you people a story. Just a few days back, while we were circulating information for this workshop, a particular physiotherapist reached out to me and said, Dr. Eze, I know you are going to deliver a masterclass, but you are desecrating the principle of valuable information. That information is not cheap. But if you are going to make this presentation for 3,000 naira, that he is highly disappointed because people are going to take it for granted. I just told him, no, it's not all about the money, that Kano State just wants to do something for their people. And it's that if he even looks at it, it's even impromptu. That we just heard about starting this presentation on Monday, and now we are on Thursday talking about it. That he just said that 3,000 naira was too poor to do a program like this. Because he knows that, because this is somebody that I have mentored, he said that he knows that if one person can just take one slide seriously out of all the slides that we have and goes and studies those slides repeatedly for like 3 months, that person will make money. But he going to guarantee me that because they spent 3,000 naira, none of them will do anything about it. And I want to agree with him because it's true. Now, I want to talk about the principle of investing and expenses. Expenses are things that are expensive. Investment are things you will get greater value in return. If we had said that this program, let's say Kano State said this program is 200K, a lot of you will say, it's too expensive, things are hard. But actually, I've been able to build my practice, and if I tell you how much I've spent, it's more than $7,000 listening and learning from people who know this thing better than me. How much is $7,000 today? $7,000 is nothing compared to how much my clinics and my business has made. You see the difference? But I can remember the first workshop I attended, I paid $1,000. It was an American workshop, $1,000. Well, then dollars was 500 naira. It's not now. I paid $1,000. Now some of you are paying 3,000. So that's, I want to understand him because he's right. But if some of you had paid maybe 150,000, 200,000, you will know that yes, really, I have invested. So I'm bringing this concept so that we can understand when you are investing in yourself and when you are making expenses. So invest in yourself in books, read books. It's beyond just what we are talking about today. You need to learn more about businesses, not just how to treat patients. Create systems. System is anything that is repeatable. One of the things that we do that people ask me of in the course of how we've been managing our business is, how are you able to manage 12 locations? I said, in fact, to surprise you, I don't even go to any of those locations anymore because I just have an office where I stay and do other things. And he said, how do you go about it? I said, look, that in business, when you start, it is only you. Then when you continue, you hire people. Then when you continue to grow higher, you introduce systems. Now, you train those people that you have hired to manage the system. Then you, the owner of the business, will watch the system. The system can be a piece of technology. The system can be the way you answer phone calls. The system can be the way you greet patients when they're walking into the clinic. So you don't have to be the one doing everything. Imagine if I have to move from Lagos to Enugu to Port Harcourt every time to treat patients. It will have not been sustainable. Now I have a system for everything that I do in my clinic. So your business runs on systems while you manage people. While you manage the system and your people runs the system. That is how it is. So your systems runs your business at the end of the day. And the people you hire will operate the system while you supervise the system. You are not supervising people. I don't want to say this out loud, but I don't know all my staff. I have to be sincere with you because we have a system that is in charge of employment and hiring people. I don't get involved in employment. So that is why anybody who reaches out to me that they are looking for a job in Amazing Physiotherapy, you end up not getting a job. The reason is I just send your information to the people hiring, and those people have their criteria on who they want to hire and who they don't want to hire. So reaching out to me on WhatsApp, if you want to work at my company, does not guarantee you because we have a system that takes care of that. So I'm not involved in employment because I have a system that takes care of that. Now, one other thing I want to talk to you about is the system that we have that generally handles the day-to-day operation that makes it even more easy for me not to go to work all the time, which is the important things that I want to manage. Who comes into my clinic is important to me. Who gets treated and how many times is important to me. Who gives me feedback is important to me. And who makes payments. Those things are very important. Without payment, we cannot do anything. And we use something that takes care of our documentation for all our patients and also managing the database of everybody that walks into our clinic. Now, let's revise back to the first slide when I talked to you about the business that wanted me to buy them because he was traveling to Sweden. He didn't have a list of patients. He didn't have emails. If he had known about ZimDoc EMR, which is what we use for our documentation, he probably would have had a list of patients to transfer to me and would probably have sold his business or even made it more attractive. So we have a system too that manages. Now, system may look big. System is a simple thing. What helps you manage your task so that you don't have to be doing it all the time. Now we have a system for documentation and exercise prescription, which is ZimDoc EMR. Some of you can check it up. I think I've talked to a lot of people about it before. ZimDoc EMR has really changed our life. So as I'm having this conversation with you, let me not lie. That time we went for a break. The first place I went to was ZimDoc EMR. And I went to check the patients that have come in each branch. And I saw that they were doing well. I saw all the documentations. So now, if a patient, I know all my patients' names because I see them on ZimDoc EMR. That is what happens. So I don't need to be in the clinic. I don't need to be in Lagos or Enugu to know that the patient has walked into the clinic because I have ZimDoc EMR. And ZimDoc EMR also prescribes exercises to patients, which is number one thing that people value with what we do. One big problem is that we just write strengthening exercise for patients. We don't know the strengthening exercise you did, strengthening exercise in the knee. That still comes to our branding issue. There is a problem with knowing or replicability, knowing what this person has done so that we know where to continue. We have a big problem with that. So somebody will come and treat a patient today and say, I did range of motion exercise to the knee, or I did strengthening or stretching to the knee, without telling us the exact exercises that you have done for your patients. ZimDoc EMR has been able to take away that pressure and pain for us. So it is something you want to check out. Whether you have one patient or no patient, I think ZimDoc EMR should be something you will plan your practice on, because it is one system that we manage that manages every other thing that we do in our clinic. So thank you for allowing me to do that small marketing. Now, the money mindset. Money mindset is important and is difficult for everyone because a lot of people are brought up thinking about money differently. Like I said, most people are here because of CPD, and I always want to keep saying it because it annoys the hell out of me. It annoys me. I don't want us to have that kind of mindset. Some people think it's too expensive to have paid higher, but because it was 3,000 naira, that is why they are here, because they are going to get a CPD. That is something you need to change your mindset about money. Now, value time and hiring. Time is your most valuable asset. As an entrepreneur, you should be considering, can someone else do this same thing that I'm doing? That is, you are not just, the plan now is you have established a clinic, but we want you to be able to hire other people. You need to focus on that. So how you hire and train people to do the work just like you is what will guarantee the success of your business, and it will help you grow fast. There is one concept to have in our clinic. When we hire fast and we fire faster. That you got a job in Amazing Physiotherapy does not mean that we cannot say you should go after 2 weeks if we see that you cannot do what you are expected to do as a physiotherapist. Now you are coming into Amazing Physiotherapy not to work as a physiotherapist, but to work as our culture in Amazing Physiotherapy prescribes. We are not going to say you should stop going to church if you're a Muslim. No, those are not the things. We're just saying there is a way you handle patients that walk into our clinic. Simple. So if you are used to not greeting patients when they walk in Amazing Physiotherapy, we greet. Do you have a problem with that? If you say yes, then we'll tell you what you won't work with us, so no vessel. But if you say no, and patients come in and you don't greet them, then we will say you didn't have to do that, right? You didn't have to tell us something that you eventually did not do. So that is a big challenge for us as a business, and we don't want that repeating in your business. So you have to hire people and train them properly, train them on things that they will have to do that is around replicability, and ensuring that you as the business owner, even when you are not around, they will be able to manage your business better. So it is not all about them coming in as a physiotherapist to manage your clinic, but you have to teach them the culture of your business. Your clinic owes you, the CEO, that vision, that statement, that leadership to be able to pilot your business to the promised land. Now, so one thing I want you people to do, especially the participants of this workshop, we're almost rounding up, is you need to create an online presence. An online presence is what I call Google My Business, so that people can start from today searching you online. And how do you do it? You just go to Google My Business online and you create your business page. Your business page is where you can put your picture. Even if you don't have clinic, you can create it. Like in Google My Business, for example, there are places you can see in this slide. It asks you your business name, your address, your website, your phone number. If you do delivery, the category that you are in, you need to do that. So that is one thing you need to do it. Now, when you create a Google My Business, it will appear like this on Google. You can see, for example, we have this Refresh Salon and Spa. You can see direction to their clinic. You can see call to call them. You can see share to someone else. Imagine if spa and salon are here. Then what about you, professional? You are currently you have finished your master's, you are currently doing your DPT and pursuing your PhD. You don't want people to know that you exist? No, that has to change. So that is one thing that even if that's the only thing you're going to do after this, you are not doing it tomorrow. Remember, it is today. You are doing it. After we finish this, you go and create your business page. You can change the name of the business later. Let's say you have not decided on the business name, but at least you can put something. You can change it later. Very important with Google My Business. Okay, so this is a picture in the ZimDoc EMR. These are exercises that you can prescribe for patients, and patients will pay you for these exercises. So it has a telehealth platform that allows you charge patients for the exercises that you are sending to them. So it is something you can get on your side, even if you don't have a private practice, you are working in government. We all have patients who call us from time to time to tell us what they should do for this, their knee pain. If you have this, you just add their name, you send it to them, and you put a subscription every month. Maybe it is 5,000 or 2,000 that they're paying you. Imagine you have like 10 or 20 people in your church or in your mosque that you are close friends with, that they pay you for 5,000 naira just for them to do online session for you once a month, and they pay 5,000 naira to you, and you have your job you're doing. I think I will jump on it without wasting time. Now, we are going to talk about the checklist for you in starting your private practice. We're just going to go through it very quickly. Some of it which a lot of us know already. Now, consider yourself an expert. Just like I said, you need to agree that you are an expert. And when you are an expert, you have specialized to take care of this particular condition, and you want to be the best at it. So the second thing is your location. You need to be are you in the right location? Are you in the right city? In Kano is like if not the largest state, is okay, the second largest, hopefully I'm politically correct, the second largest city in Nigeria. with a lot of potential and businesses thriving on a daily basis. The economy of Kano, I think, is second after Lagos, if I'm also politically correct. There are lots of things happening in Kano that you can start your business. So on its own, it's already a good location. Now you create your business name, just like I said, on Google. That is one. Then you also create your business and register it with the CAC. The CAC is the Corporate Affairs Commission. When you go there, to register a business on CAC is between 20 to 30,000. I don't know if their price has changed. Everybody should be able to afford that. Then make sure your clinic meets MRTB regulation and inspection. I worked with MRTB recently on the contents on how private practice clinics should be accredited. So because I wear the shoe and I know where it pinched, unlike when MRTB will come before and say you pay 300,000, you transport everybody from Lagos to your clinic. No, that doesn't. Well, now we've been able to group it in different tiers. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Maybe Tier 3 are those big clinics. Tier 1 are maybe people who are just starting. Maybe you just have one room. You don't even have anything. Or maybe you are in home health. To register with MRTB is almost free. Just register with MRTB. One thing we need to really be very fast and really serious about registering our clinics is, in the next few years, we are going to have a lot of diploma holders in physiotherapy. Some of them will want to start private physiotherapy clinics. If MRTB does not have a database, accurate database of private physiotherapy clinics it has accredited, then that means you are likely going to be competing with people who have diploma. Now it's a chance for you to make sure that if you have a clinic, it's registered and captured by MRTB. That is very important. The registrar, in his own magnanimity, did not say it's the first thing you can do. You can start, then when you have when you have time, you can go and tell them, and they will write requirements and come and visit. Tier 1, when we did the Tier 1, Tier 2 thing, I think Tier 1 is like 10,000, Tier 2 is like 15,000, Tier 3 is like 20,000. I don't know, but the price might have changed. But unlike before, it used to be like 500,000. No, this registrar said people should not have to pay through their nose because they want to register with MRTB. So it's important that you do that. We have done, you should also do that. So you purchase equipment needed, not equipment. There are two different things. The ones you need. If your hand is the equipment you need, please go ahead and do your treatment. The little ones you think you need, go ahead and also use them. Now, find an office space and lease one room. You don't need to lease a duplex. If you have money, you can. But I will tell you something very funny. A physiotherapy clinic in a duplex can be paying a rent of 5 million naira every year and can be charging 20,000 naira per session. You, a physiotherapy clinic in one room that is paying 500,000 naira a year, you actually can even be charging 30,000 per session. It's something I know, and it's something that I have done, and it's something I know works really well. That is the truth. It works. How did I know? We have different locations in one city. Typically in Abuja, in Lagos, we have about 5 locations in Lagos. Each clinics have different rates at which they pay rent. But some clinics make more money than other clinics. In fact, the clinic that pays the lowest rent actually makes more money than the clinic that pays the highest rent out of those 5 locations. So what are we saying? It is not how big your clinic is that determines how much you make. Start with one room. One room is important. So you buy a domain name. That is if you want to register your website. Ours is amazingphysioclinic.com. Yours can be Rabiu Kwankwaso Clinic, physioclinic.com, or anything that you want, whichever way you pleases you. But in naming your business, there is one rule, which is simplicity and ability for people to recall it, and for it to represent and have similarity across platforms. For example, if your website address is www.rabiukwankwasophysiotherapyclinic.com, if that is your website address, it is good that the name of your clinic should be Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso Physiotherapy Clinic. Is good. That's the nomenclature should be similar. Now, if you want to open a Facebook account, it is also good that is Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso Clinic, depending on how many characters is allowed on that physiotherapy clinic on the Facebook platform. Same with Instagram. So now you are not all of a sudden in your name of your clinic is Amazing Physiotherapy Clinic. Then on Facebook is Rabiu Clinic. On Instagram is Yakubu Clinic. Online audience would appreciate. In fact, Google won't even show your business because there will be confusion. So maintain the same name as much as possible. Maintain the same name when you are naming all your business. That is what we do. So in our Facebook, which allows the highest character, it's Amazing Physiotherapy. Our YouTube is Amazing Physiotherapy. The name of our business is Amazing Physiotherapy. On Instagram is Amazing Physiotherapy. On TikTok, because on Twitter, because it doesn't allow all the words, we did Amazing Physio C, because it doesn't allow Amazing Physiotherapy, so we need to shorten it. So I don't know, you have to understand that is how it works for you to ensure that you get everything. Now, open your bank account. Well, you can, if you want my own bank account, I can give you, can use it to collect money, then we share it. Well, you have to open your bank account. The reason why your bank account is important is you don't have a business that is registered, and when patients want to pay to you, they pay into private accounts. Some patients don't like it. Some patients don't take it as a very serious thing. In fact, currently, there is a problem we have in our clinic, which is a patient came in and wanted to make money, transfer. They gave him our company account. All of a sudden, network was so bad that the company account wasn't going. So they called me and said that they needed to make a transfer and the company account was not going. Should they give my own account to the patient? I said, I stormed for some seconds. I said, why? I tried to know why. They said, okay. I said, okay, no problem. So that the patient can make payment. That patient later called me and said he wouldn't have made that transfer if not that he went online and browsed my name and saw that I was a director in that company. But told me that next time that he was never going to do that. That was what the patient told me. So you don't have to be in that situation where people are making a transfer into a private account, even if it is your own. Some patients won't take you very seriously. Now, be an NSP member. I am an NSP. I advocate for that. You have to be an NSP to jubilate. Now, get liability insurance. It is becoming a thing now in Nigeria. You have to insure your business and insure your practice. Where I got my own insurance was through Leadway. There is a company called Leadway Insurance. So they did that. Then they did it for me for 5,000. I don't know if they are saying my business worth 5,000, but I just got that insurance. And if you want to get HMOs into your practice, they may ask you for liability insurance. So it's something you need to actually get. Then register your business on Google, like I said. Then set your goals. 1 year goal, 3 year goals. Start your business plan. Start reading personal growth and success books. It will motivate you to do the right thing. Yes, I hope, do we still have people here? Oh my goodness, the number is increasing. Those people that were here for CPD were told that I was asking of them and they've come back. They are back. Well, good to have you guys. Yes, my friends, the Ganduje Physio Clinic. That will really work well. I think I love that. Now we're going to be talking about home health or PP. We're almost rounding up. Home health or PP, just like I said before, is currently a $20 billion industry. And it is something that we really have not done as much in Nigeria. And people who are doing it are just doing it for the sake of, my colleague sent me a patient, so I will see the patient for them at home. So I will tell you people something that was bugging me earlier on when we started. And that was, how can I expand this patient that I'm seeing at home? How can I expand the business? It was really bugging me. I said, okay, now, how can I transfer this business, this home health business, to my children? How can I do it? Those are the questions that I was asking myself. I kept asking myself different questions. I said, okay, if this patient that I'm treating, if he dies or gets better and I don't need to treat, how do I succeed? So I had a lot of burning questions that I had to do with home health. Well, I decided to move into outpatient clinic. And maybe recently now we started inpatient clinic. So I want you to understand that we have home health, outpatient clinic, inpatient clinic. These are three different industries that you can put together in one. We are currently doing outpatient and inpatient, and we are now doubling down on home health. So recently, there was an app that we developed because we wanted to do it and do it up to the level where we could use software to get like a global attention to it. We came up with the concept of Azim Health. And with Azim Health, we had lots of physiotherapists in different locations come on board. Then we get them home patients for them to treat at home while they get paid for that. So more like an Uber, Bolt, all this taxi hailing strategy, whereby they will get drivers to register with their cars. Then Uber and Bolt will provide them with the passengers when they book online. So that was the level at which we took our home health to in physiotherapy. Now, for some of you considering home health, I think it's something that you can do and you can build it up into a very big business, but you need to do it the right way. And the right way also involves what are a few of the things I'm going to talk about, which is the business planning fundamentals. Now, are you in a location that has demand for home physiotherapy? Is one question you need to ask yourself. We are all in an environment that has demand for home physiotherapy. Regardless of any location that you are in, starting a business, just like I said, it's mainly more about how do I get my first patient. In home health, you also do that. You need to identify people you want to be managing. When I started, and that was the reason, I would tell some people will ask me if I did masters, and I will tell them yes. And the next question they will ask me is, masters in which area? I will tell them pediatrics. They'll be like, pediatrics? I didn't know. I thought maybe you did auto or something. Well, the reason why I did pediatrics was, then I was focusing on home health before I started outpatient. I had wanted to identify pediatric conditions, cerebral palsy, as the condition I wanted to focus on in home health. So this is an expo for some of you who want to do home health. The reason was nobody wanted to be managing CP children. But I said, okay, you know what? I feel compassion for these kids. I see people don't manage these CP children very well. I'm going to go into this industry. So I identified that area. Number one, CP children and their parents are not the patients you will see in outpatient all the time, because it involves going to the clinic all the time and they can get tired. And I found that the strategy that works will be the other way around. You see me, even if you are a minister, I will not treat your back pain at home. I've had a senator that I told to come to the clinic if he wants me to treat him at home. And the senator came. because it's back pain. But if it was something else, I am willing. This is recently though, but then when I have not started a clinic, I can treat anybody at home. So I'm saying this so that you people can understand the difference. Now, low back pain is not a condition that you want to be doing home care for. That industry may not be sustainable for you. It's an outpatient thing. But with pediatric conditions like cerebral palsy and elderly conditions like stroke, home health seems like a very good area to focus on. So with the pediatrics, I said, okay, I want to study more so that I will be able to provide better physio and treatment to these children. That was how I found myself doing masters in pediatrics. Now, I didn't further doing so much in pediatrics again because we had transitioned into outpatient musculoskeletal health. So there was little. In fact, currently, you will not even see pediatric condition in any of our clinics because we had left that realm. Now, for some of you thinking of home health, this is the logical reasoning that you need to have when you want to do home service. Yes, during starting, a lot of anybody that calls you for any patient, you can see. But there was something that pediatric condition that I was telling everybody that I was seeing was doing. That was the first time I saw physiotherapists referring patients to me back to back. Like, it was a shocker. At the time, I used to have like 7 CP children that I see at home. It got to a level whereby I was giving CP children to other physiotherapists to treat for me, and I will pay them. And like when I charge the patient, I pay the physios and take the difference. It got to that level. I had about 7 to 8 CP children I was seeing because I announced to the world that I see CP children. One of my CP patients, I had a conversation with a mother yesterday of 7 years ago. They relocated to the UK. I still asked, we still had a child. I still had a child. The child is still, CP. They will not. The mother was telling me how much progress they've made, what the difference between CP in Nigeria and in UK. That in UK you have more support and other things. And was still asking me what I'm doing for my current CP children. That she saw that I have other clinics. If I'm still doing CP, that she wants to tell one of her friends that has a CP child. No, I said, okay, no, that currently I don't even treat patients like that. But we don't do CPs like that. But I can get her someone else. You see what targeted and identifying your target demographic does when you are working with home health. This is what it does. But another legal requirement that has to come with it, because it's something, an industry that is growing, and we also need to checkmate quackery in it. You need to also have a business name for it. Very important. You need to, just like you register your outpatient, you register your home health, then you obtain all the necessary license from MRTB. The registrar also, it's some of the things that we are captured in the Tier 1, where if you are in Tier 1, whether and you are mobile health, you are going around. Let me now tell you, so in Abuja, there is the registrar of FEMC, which is in charge of registering all the healthcare organizations in Abuja, which I told you my first encounter with 7 years ago at Abaji, just listed home health as part of the things they supervise. So you need a business name and other legal requirements if you want to go into home health. So it is gaining serious attention now because we want to know who is treating our patients at home, and we also want to take care of whoever is treating patients at home. So you don't end up going and getting kidnapped by patients. So we need to regulate that industry too. So target patient group, just like I said, post-surgical patients, you have orthopedic and cardiac and neurological patients, elderly people with mobility issues, chronic conditions, pediatric conditions, and sport injury rehabilitation, depending. But within the sport injury rehabilitation, at some point, they have to go into a high performance center. So don't be that person who is treating an athlete like you are treating a market woman. Athletes need to return to playing sports. Market women necessarily do not need to return. They just want to go and sit down and sell their goods and go home. But an athlete needs to go back to sports. So you need to know that treating them is different. Marketing to clients. We talked about referral network. And in home health, that is where you can get partnership with hospitals and clinics. So with this one, easily you can get people send you patients at home. You can even get other physios send you patients. You need to specialize. At a point, I had a partnership with a hospital in Abuja. It's called Nisa Premier Hospital. Then, because I was passionate about pediatrics then, they made me a stakeholder in their neurodevelopmental team. So all the patients, I had to be turning down some pediatric patients because then they saw me as a go-to guy for pediatric physiotherapy because I was specialized. But they wouldn't have seen me if like that if I said maybe I was outpatient physiotherapy without specifically targeting that pediatrics that I was interested. So to a lot of us here, it can be an expo for you. You could decide to say, okay, I want to see only pediatrics. I want to see only CP. My God, you will have a lot of patients. I can guarantee you that. Now, digital marketing, just like it is with establishing a clinic, you need to talk about it online. You need to have a website for people to book you. People booking you at home, they need to pay for your time. You need to start with online consultation. They need to pay for it before you come to their house. You need to set up all those things. You need to appear very professional because it's also going to help you with how much you charge. Now, your social media presence is important because you are educating people at home. You're also going to intensify your approach just like it is with the outpatient clinic. Now, documentation. That is where it gets interesting again. I will still come back to how you are going to keep your electronic health record. We got to a stage whereby I had 7 CP patients. I was seeing only 1. I was seeing 2 then, and I gave 5 to other people because I didn't want to become a patient because I cannot cover 5 people every day. Now, something happened. Each time I want to transfer a patient to another physio to see for me at home, I always used to say it from my head. I only had all the documentations in my head. If I write on paper on the first day, sometimes, because then I was hustling, sometimes I will be under the rain. Rain might beat me and the paper might, the rain will just damage the paper. But I have it in my head, so it's not a problem. But when I started having other physios, it was important for me to maintain patient treatment progress. And we started also having insurance that are willing to pay for those patients that we are seeing at home. Now we needed a proper documentation system. So I will also bring you back to how you need to keep proper record and keep patient record. Without patients, if it's only you that is treating patient, you can even decide to write on paper. But with home health, especially if insurance wants to pay you, you need to have a proper documentation system. It's not a matter of the family thinking that you came today or not, but you need to be able to present a proper documentation system. Then most importantly, quality assurance. Quality assurance comes out from when you have written the protocols that should be adhered to by everybody in your team, then everybody gives feedback and continues to update on whatever it is that they are doing. It makes it easy for you to do meeting, talk to everybody, have an idea of how everybody is progressing, and plan ahead on how you can grow and expand your business. So documentation is also very important. A lot of us, we have our patient record in our head. When something happens to us now, we can't transfer the record. Or is it because we don't take things seriously in Nigeria? Well, you may have to start taking things seriously so that it will benefit you. So that is how I look at it. So growth strategies, expansion, you need to hire additional physiotherapists. The simple principle is, I get a home patient that is willing to pay me, for example, 15,000. I go and do assessment for that patient with another physiotherapist. The patient pays for 12 visits. Now, because I'm not seeing the patient and we need to maintain the business, I may tell the physio, you know what? See this patient for me. This patient is paying 15,000. I will pay you 10,000 naira out of this money that this patient is paying, and I will keep 5,000 naira. Since it's me that got the business in the first place. And as the physio is treating the patient, you are getting paid, and the physio is getting paid. Everybody is happy. You see how you can create an impact, even with that home patient that you are seeing. You cannot see all patients. Then as time goes on, you can add additional services to what you are doing. You could decide to, like, there's one additional service that I always comes to my mind, which is massage therapy. It's good. A lot of us don't want to associate with massage, but because it's money that I think of all the time, I want to associate with everything legal and ethical that gives me money. So when you say I do massage, I'm so happy because I will invite you to come and do massage in our clinic. Because deep tissue in our clinic is 40,000, relaxation is 30,000. So I'm so happy when you say, do you do massage? I say, excellent. Can you come in? It's money for me. You could decide to add that. Now, there is something that we don't know that we have an opportunity of doing, which is adding nursing services to what you are doing. A patient brought that to my attention while I was seeing them, because I was also seeing stroke patient then. The woman was discharged from the hospital. Now, she had an issue with who medically will understand the situation about her treatment and who could monitor and do other things. So I suggested to the family that we could get a nurse. Well, they had money and we got a nurse. Now the nurse also became a member of my staff. The relationship with that staff, that nurse continued for so long with me that the nurse is our chief matron in our inpatient facility right now, because I added nursing services to my home health in those days. So you see how this thing works. But one thing that I couldn't do, that I wasn't able to do, was to develop a corporate wellness program whereby you go to offices and you just set up a tent and do treatment for all of them. We had a problem. We actually wanted to sign that contract with CBN one time, but then they had a physiotherapy clinic that they were already sending their staff. That it didn't work for me doesn't mean it doesn't work for you, but I'll just tell you exactly what we wanted to do. What we wanted to do was, when we go to organizations, maybe once a month, we'll offer them massage and maybe stretches. We go with a mobile bed. We'll discuss with them and tell them that once a month, this thing is good for their health. We will come to their clinic, put our massage beds in a separate room that they can give us. Then people can be coming in, whether you have pain or not. Then we can put it inside a budget as health maintenance or wellness for that organization. So we wanted, and it made sense until they didn't agree again. So you can try that. So it is something, it's also part of home health, but this one you have added corporate wellness into your program. So you can add massage therapy to it, you can add nursing care to it, and you can go to offices and offer them stretches and massages and physio treatment once a month. You could decide, because you may see so many people at once, you may decide to say, charge them little, but that goes a long way. Let's say you want to build another business, they can be a foundation to how you can build and as a stepping stone to wanting to expand into something else. Now, technology integration, telehealth, very important. Then I also already talked about how we're trying to do our own home health using our mobile apps. You could decide to develop your own mobile app on how you can go about it. Then we have ZimDoc EMR that we use to send exercises to patients. Over 5,000 exercises that we have that we send to patients. So in conclusion, take action. You need to take action. It's not all about sitting down and listening to me. I've said a lot of things, but you need to start taking action. The action you could take might just be simple thing, registering your business in CAC and creating social media accounts. It could just be all. Then you have set yourself for progress. Action trumps perfection 100% of the time. If you make a decision that turns out to be a wrong one, you just fix it. You go back and adjust. When people get into a place where they can't make a decision and get caught up in analysis by paralysis, they fail to move forward. They don't grow and they don't succeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of my presentation today. This is just a module. This is just a module. A private practice is not just what we sit down and talk about for 4 hours. You can't even do that. It's a module. There is hiring. There is sales. There is marketing. There are so many things. And each of them is more than 500 slides. Each of them is more than 500 slides. But I can guarantee you that if you can just pick one thing in it, in what we have discussed today, and implement, or even add to what you're already doing, it's going to change a lot for you. It's going to change a lot big time for you. Because listening to 500 or 1,000 slides is too much if you don't already have an idea of what to do. But if you have an idea, all you need is just little. 2 slides is enough. How can you set up your social media? You can decide to set up your social media. You can decide and say, this week, I am going to do a seminar or a workshop and talk to an organization. This is what I'm going to do. And now from there, you can start getting all your patients. So thank you so much for your rapt attention. I know it's not been easy. Sitting down to listen to presentations like this can get from curiosity to exciting to absorbing and boring. I hope I didn't get to the boring part. I hope it just ended in you being absorbed and being curious and wanting to be a better person and hoping and wishing it never ends. And I must commend everybody that actually joined this meeting today, because when we started, the number just kept increasing, and up till now, the number still remained the highest I've ever seen. Usually when you go for presentations like this, people leave. So I want to apologize to all of you that I was accusing before that you came here for CPD. Actually, I was wrong. I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. You guys actually came here for the big thing, which is to get the right information for you to grow your practice. So thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate. Arigatou gozaimasu. That's how we say thank you very much in Japanese. Arigatou gozaimasu. So, presenter, coordinator, Dr. Yakubu, we are here for you once again, and we want to see what else you have for us to do.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, like you've given us more. It's more than what we bargained for. We didn't expect this packed presentation. You gave us much more than what we thought. We thought that we'll just come, so that you will tell us about, how to, run a clinic, how to manage a clinic. But this is a presentation that this can be presented anywhere. It can be presented internationally. We have really, really benefited, a lot, honestly. And we'd like to thank you especially, for it. I just want to highlight some points that Dr. Inamdi talked about. You have to have a story. You have to start with a story. You must have a story, a reason why you want to start up, or establish a private establishment. And you can start small. You don't have to start big. You can start small. And then you should know that there are different types of patients, and you should know how you're going to handle these patients. And then you should have a growth mindset and also a fixed mindset. And then you should also have a what mindset. You should know how much you want. And then you should know what you are giving the patient in terms of how you're going to build the patient, and then how you're going to set your pricing. And then the presenter talked about patient referral, and then selling your talent via social media, and then you have to have an entrepreneur mindset, have to have a mindset of an entrepreneur. And then he made example of the amazing group of clinics, how he has a system now. It's beyond just the CEO, monitoring. It's now the system that monitors, the various clinics. And then he highlighted a little bit about home health, how to register, have a business name, partner with hospitals, get referrals, have documentation and all. So now it's time for action, The presenter, I hope we were jotting down some of these points. Yes, because it's not about even getting the material. You jot down the points that matter to you the most. Some of us, we are thinking about going for establishing a private clinic. Some of us are thinking about home health. Some of us are thinking about outpatient or inpatient, partnering with hospitals. The presenters has talked about every aspect. So it now depends on you now. It's time for action. What do you want to do now? So this is the time that we're supposed to act. So we'd like to thank the presenter again. I'd like to thank you especially because this presentation is worth more than the amount for the 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 CPD. Is worth more than the amount. There is no amount that will pay that is worth this caliber of presentation. So we'd like to thank you especially. So that it has come to the time where we will entertain questions. I believe we will start from direct questions to the presenter. So if you have a question, I would like you to raise up your hand so that it will be in a coordinated manner. So once you have your hands raised up, then we'll give you the chance to unmute yourself and speak so that you can ask the presenter. I will advise that you make your questions as brief as possible. Don't make long statements. Just make your questions as brief as possible so that Dr. Inamdi can answer adequately. So please raise your hand if you have a question, or you can also go on the chat box and ask your questions there. And then the YouTube channel is also available. If you want to ask your questions, please go to the YouTube channel. So we are waiting. So any questions? We are waiting for any questions.
Dr. Yakubu, so we have a question from what do we call it? So Gir K. And he said, please, sir, how do we go about specialty training aside going for masters? So this is a very good question that you've asked. So I will assume that it's not specialty training for business. I will assume that it's the specialty training in physiotherapy. Yeah, so in as much as masters still remains one way you could start your teaching process into specialization, you could get a master's program. But a lot of people always tend to say that master's is academics, and they need something that is geared towards clinicals. Nigerian Society of Physiotherapy has started a residency program. I just passed the intermediate stage exam. You should tell me congratulations now. I passed. They said I passed in flying colors.
Well,
The exam was hard, though.
congratulations.
That exam was very hard. So they said I'm now in final. So I'm a final resident student. And I started the program as far back as 2019. So 2019, 2020, 2020, no, sorry, not 2019, sorry. I started the program in 2023, 2022, 2023, 2024. So I'm 4 years into the program. And maybe by next year when I graduate, I've done it for 5 years. So we have the postgraduate program. It's working. In my class, we are over 100. So it is something a lot of people have embraced and a lot of people are already doing. I think it's something we can do it. And the residency program is live. All you just need to do is to make, I think if you attend the NSP conference in Akwa Ibom this year, you might see the new fellows that we have that they are going to be inaugurate. They are going to be giving them that gown. You know that gown where they will say we celebrate, we will pop champagne. You know that kind of thing. You will see them from time to time. They always advertise on NSP platforms when they are taking in new students. But I don't think they are taking in new students right now. If you are not on any NSP platform and you are in Kano, I think you can reach out to Dr. Yakubu and other people who are organizing NSP things so that they can add you on their platform. If you are in Abuja, you can reach out to me, I add you, so that you can be getting information when it's being circulated. I know the WhatsApp platforms can be very overwhelming. Or you could easily just ask a question on any of the platform. You may be surprised. The registrar can answer you and reply you. So now I know it's an issue. We need to really create more awareness about it. But just know that we have a residency in physiotherapy currently going, and I'm in my final semester, in my final year now, after passing the intermediate stage. So that is the question I can see.
Okay, so there's another question on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
I think the lady was, they were asking that you said, Google my business.
Yes.
So, yeah, so they want to a bit of elaboration on that.
Okay, so Google My Business is a free tool that Google provided for everybody. You don't need, the funny thing about that Google My Business is everybody can just go online and create a business page. Now, the reason why there is Google Map leading you to a business center or to a particular location is because that location is on Google Map, is on Google My Business. So that is why we're able to, some people in Abuja will tell you that they cannot locate MRTB office, the new MRTB office. Why that is happening is because MRTB had not updated their location, their present location on the Google My Business. What you will need to do is just go online as you are in this meeting, minimize the Zoom, go to google.com, just like the way you search, you want to search something online, just do Google, type Google My Business, click on it, be doing everything it tells you to do. You'll get to a stage where you will ask, some questions are optional, questions like your whether you have a website, they are optional because they know that everybody does not have a website at this stage. You continue doing it one after the other. Keep on following how much, keep on following all the prompts and the questions they ask you when you do next. Once you are done, they can send you a message or an email to verify that is you. So once you verify, then your business will become visible for everybody in the world to see. Let me now tell you something Google My Business has done for me internationally. A particular doctor from India was referring a patient for physiotherapy after they had visited India. They searched physiotherapists in Abuja, and luckily, Amazing Physiotherapy showed, and they gave our number to the patient, and the patient came. So that is what will happen. So wherever anybody is in the world, they will be able to access your business because it's registered on Google My Business. Minimize your phone and do it now. It's very easy. Yes, someone say, please, how is documentation done without papers? Yes, I talked about ZimDoc. I use a software. It's called ZimDoc EMR, and it's physiotherapy friendly. It has all the exercises in this world. It allows you to send exercises to patients, video exercises, printed exercises, whichever way you want to send it to the patient. And it allows patient to subscribe for the exercises and be paying you monthly if that is what you want. So you can charge for telehealth and do all that. It's ZimDoc EMR. If you are interested, you can reach out to me. If you use my link, you can get a discount to gain it. But if you just go direct to them, they will charge you the full amount. So I'm helping them market right now because I see it's good and I want other people to enjoy the benefits too. Any other question? So John Ubaka asked a question. Setting up a clinic, how do you know where to set up a strategic location? Yes, let me start with that question. Now, I used to think like that, John, until I discovered that patient will find you anywhere you are. I just discovered that. It's not been long. Well, it took me about a year or two to understand that. And what it has done for me is it has taken us away from investing and spending so much on high-end properties because of their location to spending on moderate properties that still have accessible road. So if you ask me location, I would say right location is not the best word to use, but accessible location. Can people access you? The first question you ask yourself is, where I am, if I can double myself, can I, John Ubaka, come to this place for treatment? Let's say you live in the jungle. You live in one thick jungle, one Ajegunle jungle, that you know everybody. And they say that, this place is ghetto. Then it's not that you cannot have your clinic in that ghetto, but it will be difficult for somebody who lives outside that ghetto because of fear of unknown to want to come into that place. But that does not also mean that that person will not look for you, even if you are under ant hill. Now, what you now need, because we cannot marry the two together, we now want to come up with just one simple answer. Is it accessible? If that person is saying that is a ghetto, that place is dangerous, there are touts, the next question the person will ask himself is, shey if I go to this place, I can still get solution to my problem. Babalawo that people used to visit, shey Babalawo, are they in VI or are they in Wusetu? Shey they are in village, and people used to still go there because they want to get solutions to their problem. So it's all about accessible location. Because you're a professional, you may not want to do it inside the forest. You will come out to where people can easily drive to. So that even if you are describing the location of your clinic on phone, you will not spend the whole day saying turn left. Then when you get to this place, then you turn right. Then when you get that place, then you turn right and turn left. Before you finish describing the location, the patient might have even gone back home. So just make it accessible. It's not strategic, but accessibility is the right word. Now, the second thing is, how do you conduct market research to understand the demand for physiotherapy in your area? That thing you hear, market research, is just a bougie word. I think we looked for so many things to put on that slide and we didn't see. That's why you hear things like research. There's nothing like research. Everybody needs physiotherapy. When you say, it's just like when you are in a place like Lagos that is very populated and has a lot of people. Each time anybody sets up a stall in front of their house, you will definitely see somebody who wants to buy. Right? Another way I would like to put it is, you see all these boys who sell mineral, Coke, and maybe tissue paper, some other things on a highway that there is go slow. Because there is go slow, is already a market. So people are there. So secondly now is, you have to think of, in go slow, do you go to sell clothes? Will people buy clothes from a go slow or pure water? You have to think of the two. In my opinion, someone selling pure water is of more demand to people in a go slow than someone coming to sell clothes. So there's a possibility that someone who has pure water will sell more to people in a go slow. Now, if you go to a location, because Nigeria, our layout is not planned to say this is an industrial area or this is a this. You understand that locations that you find yourself has a mixture of everything that we want. Do people have back pain? Is it possible for you to say that people don't have back pain in your area? That's not possible. Is it possible for you to say that people don't have neck pain in your area? That's not possible, right? But if there is a hospital in your area, you know, the best thing will not be to locate your clinic close to the hospital. The best thing will be to locate your clinic a little bit away from the hospital, because people coming to your clinic will as well just go into the hospital because it's cheaper. So that is one mistake people also make. You don't locate your clinic close to the hospital. People who locate their clinic close to the hospital are labs and x-rays who depend on the hospital machine spoiling or getting overwhelmed before they come to your own. So the way you conduct your research is, you understand naturally the demand is already there. It is how you then market to the people around that place that makes the difference. Is it advisable to take loan from the bank to start up? Well, what I will tell you is that they won't even give you. Sadly, in Nigeria, banks don't give loan. And you don't want to take loan to start up a business. I learned it from my dad the hard way. My dad took loan and he couldn't pay back on time. And we had to start paying penalty. So since when I started, instead of me to take a loan, the first thing that was close to me to sell off was my car. So I had a property. I had I'll call it a property that I needed to really liquidate to have my finance. I don't advise anybody to take loan. It's not in my mouth. You will hear it. I will never say it. And I will also want to even tell you that you will be disappointed because banks won't give you any loan, except you want to do all those online banks. Now, when you don't meet up, they will start sending messages to people that you are a dangerous person, that you are a thief, that you did this. I know you don't want people to drag you up and down because of money. And you are starting a business that you are not quite sure how well it will go. Now, when do you take loan should be the answer, to be the question. You take loan when you have understood the business and you are sure that when you take this loan is going to and invest, is going to produce outcome and results that will ensure that you pay up the loan and the interest at the stipulated time. So that is it. That's from my experience. I've never taken a loan before, and I don't think it's something I would tell anybody to do.
Okay, Dr. Inami, I have two questions.
Okay.
So my first question is just, what are those peculiarities about treating expatriates? Expatriate meaning that non-Nigerians,
Yes.
especially the whites. You know, here in Kano, we have a lot of Lebanese
Yes,
that, yes, we usually
that don't
treat them,
like
you know.
paying, that don't like to pay.
Yes, yes, and they are different. Lebanese
True.
have their own separate. Indians
Yes.
are separate.
Yes.
You understand?
True.
And they are the bulk of expatriates here in Kano.
Yes.
So
True.
they
True.
have their own peculiarities. And then the normal whites,
Yeah.
I've treated a patient before from Turkey that didn't understand
Yeah.
English. He had to
True.
have a translator. So what are those, those things that we need to know, those do's and don'ts that we need to know concerning treating expatriates? That's the
Yes. So
first question.
in my opinion, being someone who has treated different people, I will tell you that the difference is not that much. Even if you check Nigeria as a country, we are better than Lebanon. That's the truth. I think I was cajoling one Lebanese patient. I said, let me tell you, we are better than Lebanon. And we laughed. So there is nothing you should do differently that you are not doing already for your normal Nigerian patient. It only exposes that we tend to want to feel certain way or behave in certain ways when we see people of different colors. Not really, you don't need to. The same way you treat a Nigerian with all sincerity, with all passion, that is the same way you should treat a foreign person. Yes, the foreigner may compensate you better. Like in my own case, usually foreigners, diplomats pay higher. I won't lie, you. If we see you and you are Igbo, we'll add something to your bill, at least, so that we believe that you have money. Yes, they do that most of the time. But we still have some Lebanese that when you add money for them, they end up even paying lower than most Nigerians because you have to give them discount and you have to take them in and they are pleading with you. Now, it's just your usual professional self. Don't do anything too special that is not within your legal and ethical framework. We don't see them differently. We come up, we show up the way we are. We attend to them really very well. Some of those experts you'll be hearing things like, did you train in Nigeria? You behave like you are not in Nigeria. You behave like you are not Nigerian. Yeah, we get to hear that a lot. Then we also hear the same thing from Nigerians. Where did you train? Oh, wow. You sound very knowledgeable. That is what we want to have. We don't want only the Oyibo people appreciating you. We want also the Nigerians appreciating who you are. So it is that your culture that you have built, either as a sole proprietor, a single man business that is seeing people at home, or as a clinic. Make sure that you have a culture that you promote, and everybody who comes into your clinic gets to see the best of your approach in anything you're doing. So there is nothing we do differently for any of them. We just treat everybody the way they present, and we are respectful. If you enter our clinic, it's like we are treating you like a king. That is how we just make you feel. We make you feel very important. So we do that to both whites, and we do that to everybody. We do that to very poor. Yakubu, it's so bad that we don't know who is who in our clinic. It's very funny. There was a time a House of Reps member came for treatment in our clinic. Nobody knows. We treated and at that time, the House of Rep member came. We're treating the person. Another person. We even found out that we gave the House of Reps member 10% discount, and a normal Nigerian going about their life, because that normal Nigerian was more convinced, was like, no, we've heard of you. We've heard of you from my friend. So I was more so, because when people come in recommended, and when they come in recommended, you don't really need to struggle so much giving discounts. So we didn't give that normal Nigerian discount, and we gave the House of Reps member discount. So that shows you that we just treat everybody the same. We don't know who you are. We don't say we want to do like this because you're no, we don't. And that's how we treat everybody that comes in. Everybody pays the same. It's so bad that even if Tinubu enters our clinic today, he may likely pay the same thing with every other person. But God help him. Let me be around that day. And I recognize him. He will pay a lot.
Okay, so I just have one more question.
Yes.
You know, there are some of our physiotherapists that you see some people understand that, okay, this physiotherapist is very vibrant. He knows the work a lot.
Yes.
So you will see someone will tell him, come, how much will it cost for us to open up a clinic? Go and look for
Yes.
the cost. Come, let's see how I can sponsor it. Is that a right move? Is that a right move as a young physiotherapist that somebody said, oh, let me see how we can open up a clinic so that you will run it? Is it better like
Yes.
that, or is it better for you to just hustle and set up something by yourself?
Okay. Yeah, Yakubu, we are all praying that we get this kind of people at some point or the other. There is a reason why there are lots of diagnostic centers. They call them investors. These people are investors. So when it comes to investments and someone calling you like that, what I advise is make sure you have a lawyer with the person. It's a good thing that we begin to have more of those kind of people want to invest and open up physiotherapy clinics. If diagnosis was left for only radiographers and MLS, they won't have as many centers as we have in Nigeria. But now you see businessmen open up diagnostic centers, have MRIs. How many young radiographers will be able to buy MRI? They won't. They will only be able to manage their ultrasound, even X-ray. How many young people will be? But all those CT scan, those high-tech diagnostic systems require investors. Most of them are not even medical professionals. Now we are looking for those kind of people to even invest in physiotherapy. Now, if there are two things, if they establish these businesses and employ you, you are coming in as a staff. But if they are establishing the business through you, you are a stakeholder. And being a stakeholder means you have a say, and the only way you can have a say is a legal document. You cannot just have a say because he's a friend to your father and he opens a clinic with you. And well, if you get angry, you just leave. This kind of a thing happened between my friends when one guy who I think he stole some money from government and he wanted a way to bury the money. So they invested in physiotherapy somewhere in Abuja, equipped it. In fact, that physiotherapy clinic was so the teeth. There is high-end, big equipment. Those are the clinic, the equipment you see there. And they got two physiotherapists that they invested with them. They invested through them. So there is a with part and there is a true document. Now, when the physiotherapy or because the way it started, according to have a percentage and a share at the end of the year, we will get that. But because we are also staff, we have salaries that will be paid to us because we are still the ones treating patients. So they got to a level where those people gave their all, they gave their hearts, their might, everything. The clinic was doing well. Then they were only paying them salaries. And one of the reasons, again, was that they were going to take a pay cut because presumably they were part of the business. So they took the pay cut with happiness. And at the end of the year, what they did was, when the clinic stood, they just looked for a way to push out those two young physiotherapists that helped those business to stand. Now, where is a legal document saying that you are part of this business? There was none. Where is it written that you're supposed to get a percentage? There was none. Now the business got away with it, but you know karma and retributive justice, that the business has closed down because now they don't see people who were as passionate as those two young boys that helped build the business and even took pay cuts And we're working overtime because those boys were doing that thing as their personal business, just waiting for them to be getting their own share. So they will do a business and maybe make like 10 million, and their salaries, they're only paying them salaries, 50,000 naira every month. Those boys agreed to that pay cut because they knew that they were part of this business. And at the end of the year, you push them aside. So those boys couldn't do anything because there was no lawyer, there was no document. We want those kind of investors in physio, but you have to have your agreement written properly. Once that agreement is there, they won't be able to push you away. So it's also similar to my story of when I partnered with a hospital. Because the hospital were the ones sending patients to me, they just woke up one day and said that I should leave. That is what investors do to you when there is no document. With that hospital too, I cannot claim their space, right? And when you cannot claim their space, they can always send you away. That is how it is. In software, there are lots of investors. People invest in software, but it has to be done properly. People even invest millions of dollars in softwares. At the end of the day, sometimes the business even closes down, everybody loses. But there must be a proper documentation, not patient case notes. Documentation is legal document that says this is your role, this is your percentage. And that is why we talk about this CAC. So we need to take that CAC seriously. It is from that CAC you begin to see where the roles and the share of the business is itemized. So don't see CAC as an enemy. See it as the first thing that you need to look at. So thank you, Dr. Yakubu. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, unfortunately, I have another question.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, so if you are running, you have a clinic. How do you work on the prices in the sense of billing of Fika?
Yeah.
By looking at the patient in the sense of, if you have a clinic, do you have a specific billing that, okay, this billing is for all patients, or maybe when you look at this patient, you'll say, oh, this patient looks more, let me bill him more, or this patient doesn't look this, let me bill him less. How do you work on that billing?
Yes, so I understand you. Really, the way it works is you need to have a document outlining how much you are willing to charge. But before you come up with what you are willing to charge, the essence of this presentation, you remember that time we say what you are worth, your worth mindset. And we try to compare physiotherapy to surgery for a particular condition. And we said if we ask for 2 million, is it too much? When you give us 2 million and keep 8 million, is not bad. Now, that is the worth mindset you need to have. Then secondly, you need to set up a pricing strategy. A pricing strategy, remember, you are setting a pricing strategy not for yourself, but for your business, in line with what you want and what you think people who get this service should be able to afford. At the point, we benchmarked our price with what they charge abroad. At some point, we did that. We did that, and it gave us an idea. We wanted to experiment. We said we're going to benchmark our price per session per $100. There was a time we did that. Yes, we had some people who could pay, but we understood that that was not the general. That's not going to work for everybody, and we came down a little bit. And when we came down a little bit, we came up with a single digit that all clinics will use per session. Now, because we don't just want you to pay per session, we put up what we call treatment packages. So if you come into the clinic, for example, and we say our per session is 20,000, and we can tell you a package of 12 is 200,000. So 20 times 12 should have been 240, but we take away 40,000 and tell you to pay 200,000. So that is, for example, a package that you can decide to give your clients. A lot of clinics still charge less than 10,000 naira till today. Some clinics charge more than 20,000 naira, but you need to come up with something. Now, when I said some patients are the great whale patients, when you see those kind of patients, you could decide to say, I want to now have another pricing strategy, which I call VIP package. That VIP package could be ×2. What are you doing in VIP that is different from the other one? Maybe nothing. There are some people that want you to identify them as VIP. Now, when they come in, you tell them that if it is regular, it is 20,000, but if it is VIP, it's 50,000. I bet you, and you will be shocked at how many people will want to do VIP without even asking you if there is anything different. They just want that they are VIPs. That works. So with us, we establish a price. Everybody cannot have the same price. You establish what works for you. What people in your area, you feel your people in your area are willing to pay, not what poor people in your area are willing to pay. It is what you think people in that area can pay and also make you a successful business person. It's not right to say you want to charge what other physiotherapy clinics are charging because you don't know what made them charge that amount. Now, the second thing I tell people about pricing is, now you can say, I want to start with 20,000. And you discover that everybody pays 20,000 easily. You say, hey, am I missing something? You can decide to increase it to 25,000 and check. You don't say, okay, people are paying this 25,000. You say, okay, let me take it to 30,000. Maybe some people pay, some people say, give me discount. I say, okay, no problem. If you can't pay 30,000, we still have an opportunity to give you discount for 25,000. So now, because people are paying 30,000 without any discomfort, you don't need to bring down your price to 15,000 again now because you have passed that stage. You need to now keep looking up and keep taking it to a level where you now say, okay, I think a lot of people now are not able to pay this price. Let me see how I can stop here or reduce a little. Then keep pushing on with that same price. That is how we've been able to come up with a suitable pricing strategy. Because you cannot say people in Kano can only pay 10,000. Oh, no. Have you tried 20,000? You can try 20,000 and see. Okay, I thought these people could not pay 20,000. It's getting interesting. One person pays 20,000, another person pays 20,000. Usually in my clinic, if 5 people pay a particular price, we take it up a bit to see. We do what we call rule of 5. Once 5 people that walk into our clinic in a month are able to pay a certain price, then it's time for a review. That is it's an unwritten rule though in our clinic. We do that all the time, but we don't change our price every time though. But when we were working on our price, that was what we were using as one of the unwritten rules.
So I just have a last and final question.
Yes, please.
There is a trend that clinics around the north,
yes,
not necessarily in Kano, like in north, it's something they do. I have a patient. That clinic is not my clinic, but I'll bring my patient to the clinic, treat the patient in that clinic, then pay the clinic charges, and then charge my patient separately. So when I collect the money from my patient and I'll pay the clinic their charges,
yes.
Is it a right thing to do?
Yes. So now that tells you that there is a demand. So Ubaka, when something like this happens in your location, that tells you that you don't need any market research. That tells you that people prefer getting treated in clinics. That really is not the person bringing the patient into another physiotherapy clinic's fault. Now, because sometimes that kind of a thing happens because the patient may want to be like, there are some patients that don't like home treatment. They'll be like, where is your clinic? Let me come to your clinic now. You may have to take that patient to another clinic just to show that you also have a place, you have a clinic, and sometimes it helps you charge. Now, it's not that it's a bad practice. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you have an agreement and you're able to fulfill your own agreement to that clinic. The clinic has their charge. It's normal. It is something that is bound to happen, especially when someone does not yet have his clinic. Now, the second part is, the only advice I will give that person is, I hope you are building your business around your patients. Because if you're not building your business around your patients, when that patient needs a service, because that patient already knows that clinic, the patient may eventually just go to that clinic without informing you. That happens. Or refer people to that clinic. Some people can do that kind of a thing. But if you are building your business around your patient for them to know that it is you, then those kind of a thing might not happen. But I think there is nothing really wrong with that arrangement. It happens. Doctors take patients to hospitals that have theater to do surgery. The reason why they do that is because themselves don't have a theater. I know a neurosurgeon who I treat his patients who does that a lot, even till now. And there was a discussion of if he wants to own, he said he's not interested in owning his theater. I think he trained abroad. That is also a practice. It happens a lot for surgeons, neurosurgeons, because some people may have a C-arm, robotics and other things, and some other people don't have those things. It's not a bad practice. There's nothing wrong in that. To sincerely, I don't see anything wrong with that, Yakubu.
I think there's a question in the...
Yes. So he said,
Yes.
do you train staff in BLS? No, I don't train staff in BLS because we want to sponsor people who our staff for trainings like this that will benefit them. We actually pay for them to go study. We don't provide BLS. Should the clinic have a hospital in mind in case of any emergency? Yeah, so what I do, I use this as a marketing stunt. I use it for marketing. Usually, we end up not having emergency as physiotherapy clinics. We usually don't most of the time. Now, what I do is I go to hospitals and tell them that I want a clinic I can be referring emergency cases to, so that them too can be referring patients to be. Now, I use it to get those kind of a thing. Now, when you now have that relationship with a particular hospital, it is normal that you will send your patient to that hospital for those kind of a thing. So I see it as a marketing relationship more than sending for emergency, because usually we don't have emergency that much. So can we diversify revenue streams, exploring additional revenue sources? Absolutely. You can sell equipment. You can introduce massages into your clinic and do massage for people. There's a lot of money in that industry. Physiotherapists don't like it, but there is money. Because you talked about revenue stream, there is money. Then home health is also something you need to look at. If your patients are discharged from your clinic, follow-ups, you do home health, that works, regardless of whether you have outpatient clinic or not. You sell equipment. There is a technique called acupuncture that all my friends in Kano know how to do these days. It's also an additional source of revenue. You can learn some of all those things and charge your patient differently for them. Pilates, yoga, can learn some of all these skills, and the patient will pay you differently for them. A patient was paying differently for something my staff created. Very funny. I know there are things like that, but my staff created something like that. He said stretches. So the patient just comes once in 2 weeks for stretches and pays. So it's like an additional revenue stream for us. And now we have something like that where we call monthly stretches. So people come and pay for those kind of a thing. He just comes, does stretches to his hamstring, to his calf, to his shoulder, just does basic stretches, and the patient goes, and the patient is very happy. If you see the patient saying how good he feels about the stretches, you'll be like, stretches where me I don't even too like, where they pay me for body, now this man they enjoy. But it's a revenue stream. So it works. Thank you. Yeah, so in the absence of that, thank you very much, everybody. Dr. Yakubu, over to you.
So, thank you so much. We cannot begin to thank you enough. In fact, we have learned so much today. And anybody that has an interest in venturing into the private sector has learned, enough today. And then we have a motivation now. So many people are reaching out to me personally now on how they can reach you. So I want to ask for your permission.
Yes, share my number. Share my number to all of them.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. Please, I would like us to unmute and thank the presenter.
Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I see a lot of my friends are here. Zinat Yasa Arafat is here.
Thank
But
you.
she has gone. Zizi. A lot of my friends are here. It's now I'm even seeing you people.
Hello, Namdi, thank you.
Fauzizi. My people.
Thank you.
Fauzizi. My people are here.
Thank you very much.
Now my people now. Una for tell me now, una for no pay.
Una pay back. I'll send that phone number, you pay back.
No, my people full here now. Una for tell me now, why una can't they pay now? Thank you very much. The pleasure is mine. Thank you for your patience. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So we look forward to I might go to
Namdi, well done. Thank you very much. It's been a while.
Abdul Manaf, my people.
Since NSC.
My auditor one.
Forensic.
Yes, so.
I bet Yakubu refund them all their money. Refund them. Now my people full here.
That was a fantastic job you did.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That was very fantastic. I've learned a lot, honestly.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Knowledge is too much.
Ezine, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing you in Abuja. Hopefully,
Definitely.
I might go to Abuja any of these days. So.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll catch up.
You. No
yes, we'll catch up. Thank you. Have a blessed day, all. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well done. Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
The great Yakub, we are expecting the copy, right? The audio copy.
Yes. No problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay.